So, all right, once again, a very warm good afternoon to each one of you all. Welcome to day 2 of your training program. And I find about 100 odd participants, which means 20 odd participants are still missing. However, the discipline observed improving as compared to day 1. And I'm sure in the days to come, we'll have a much better attendance and discipline hygiene in the sessions. Well, so this is day 2 of your program, and I'm sure a lot of questions and eagerness to learn what is there in day 2. So let me just welcome my co-trainer for the day, Shashwati. So hi, Shashwati. Good afternoon. Welcome. Shashwati, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah. Yes. Hi, Vidya, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Shashwati here, your co-trainer for the day.
All right. So between the two of us, we plan to complete your session modules, starting with the agenda for the day. So let me quickly put up what is the session that we will be covering today. So we start the day with understanding the priority banking proposition, and then we will have an in-depth discussion and learning on your Siddhi and Triumph modules. So let's start the session with the priority banking proposition. All of us here very well know that this is the core product as far as RMs are concerned. And we would want each one of you to be extremely competent when it comes to understanding what are the features of the priority banking proposition. How is it going to make a difference to your customers? What is it that they can look forward to in terms of the benefits that they can enjoy in the priority proposition? What do you know about the priority proposition? Let's start with the basics. What do you know about the priority proposition? Some quick show of hands so that we can take those answers as well. So let's keep the participation going as we saw in day 1. And let's start with what is it that you understand of the priority program? Yes? Yes, Isha, go ahead.
So it's one of the affluent sections which the bank offers.
Okay.
And herein, the minimum average which a customer needs to start up the account is 2 lakhs rupees. And there
Okay.
are various other features which are offered under it, which includes the discounting for say preferential rate in case of a NRI segment and in case of LRS transactions. There
Mm-hmm.
are various other features on the locker discounting part which are offered to the customers.
Okay. All right. So few features highlighted by Isha. Yes, Vishal also has raised his hand. Go ahead, Vishal. What is it that you have to say?
Ma'am, uh, good quality of a customer, you can say that quality is the most important about the quantity.
Hmm.
So the priority customer that means keep higher educated person, they can, you can say that for the
Okay.
person.
Okay. Anything else? Okay,
No,
let's
ma'am.
move. Let's move to Mohit.
Ma'am, priority banking means kind of what kind of services we can offer, how through we can say that what are the benefits we are offering to our clients, and
Hmm.
how we are managing them by giving them the good services.
Okay. All right. So more or less you are echoing the sentiment of Isha and others. All right. Let's hear it from Devendra. Anything else to add, Devendra?
Yes, ma'am. Priority program is part to retain and serve HNW customer, HNI customer, and
Hmm.
provide one point of contact for any banking needs.
Okay. All right. So on day 1, when we were talking about the roles and responsibilities of a relationship manager, we looked at the career growth. We also saw the laddering of the account segment, the savings account segment in Axis Bank. And we saw that priority proposition, that is the priority program, the priority vertical is the first vertical wherein the customers start enjoying the dedicated relationship manager services. So it comes at a cost. It is a premium segment. Today, when we talk about the priority program, it is considered to be one of the best in the industry. It is recognized as one of the best programs for the premium segment. Today, when we talk about a priority customer, it is not your ordinary customer. This is a mass affluent customer, a customer who knows what he wants. And that is the kind of segment that we as priority relationship managers will be catering to. So today, when we are approaching this customer, we should be aware that these are customers who are holding similar relationships, premium accounts with competition banks. And how is it that when we engage with them and we position our product, the priority proposition in front of them, why and what would be the reasonings behind that customer opting for a product from Axis Bank? So that is something that we need to understand. See, it is all products we have seen, are more or less similar across banks. But what is it that you understand and identify as the need of the customer and pitch the solution in front of the customer? That is what often what brings business to you. Today, when we talk about the priority program, you must also understand that when we are offering these services, there is an expectation that the customer also meets the requirement, maintains the eligibility that is expected from the program. So today, we will be looking at in detail how is it that our product fares vis-a-vis competition, what are the independent features of the product, and as a relationship manager from the priority vertical, it is our basic responsibility to know this product in and out well. We need to understand all the features, and in case if you have doubts, questions, I would appreciate if you can raise hands and ask those queries and clarifications here, so that at any given point in time, we have an answer to what the queries that the customer might ask us, and we can position our products well. The affluent segment is always looking for that something more, from the banking products. So today, when we talk about a relationship manager, it's all about the relationship. How is it that you manage to convince the customer? How is it that you understand the need and convince the customer to opt for the priority program? When we talk about priority banking, we talk about the customer enjoying his success. We appreciate the position that he is in. We appreciate the balances and the relationship that he is bringing to Axis Bank. And that is what we would want to give something, a program, an account which offers him much more. So when we talk about a priority proposition, it is banking upgrade. It is a life upgrade. What he experiences with priority banking is something that we want him to consider over and above what he experiences with competition banks. So it's an extraordinary banking program filled with a whole host of features and benefits, which we want the customer to appreciate, understand, and enjoy. We would want to give him the best in class banking solutions, and that is what we are hoping for. Now, unless you showcase this product in this manner, the customer will not get that feeling of privilege. He will not get the wow factor that maybe he's getting something more. And as an RM, I need to understand these features very well. So let's start with what is it for the customer. Now, when we talk about the priority program, the first things, and over the years, the priority program, the priority proposition has also undergone a lot of changes for the better. New and added features come in. So today, when we talk about the priority program, this is the revamped version. This is the better version that has undergone. So this is a changed priority program that you will be pitching to your customers. Now, when we talk about this, we would also want you to highlight that as an account, you're not only getting the best in class banking services, we are also giving the customer an opportunity to enjoy a host of features that are spread across lifestyle, travel, wellness programs. And one of these that are shown in the slide is what we are talking about, the finest of life experiences. So when a customer partners with Axis Bank, he enjoys the best in life experiences as well, starting with the complimentary Epicure membership. So we have a complimentary Epicure membership for our customers who are onboarded. And here the customer gets to enjoy the best of Taj selections in Vivanta hotels for his stay, for his food and dining, for his spa treatment, so on and so forth. He gets a complimentary Club Vistara Forex card. And that is again a feature where the customer enjoys a Forex card completely complimentary. And he also gets pricing on the foreign exchange that he avails on the Forex card. He gets comprehensive health insurance. So these would be the top 3 features that you can talk to your customers. A comprehensive health insurance. We have just undergone the pandemic, and we know how important and critical it is for each one of us, including our customers, to be covered with a comprehensive health insurance cover. And that's where Aditya Birla steps in. Give me a minute. I
कितना
find someone
तेजस्वी
with
कुमारी का
their mic
नहीं लाके हम
unmuted.
कितनों का मोबाइल
Friends,
भेज
let's be mindful.
ठीक है
Sanjay Kumar.
तो इसकी
Sanjay Kumar, can you mute yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please be mindful. Sanjay Shaw responded. Sanjay Kumar, I would want both of you all to mute yourself. Do not disturb. Yes, thank you. So these are some of the top highlights or the program highlights that we would want to speak to customers on. Over and above that, there are a lot of other features as well, like the Edge reward points, and we will be looking into each of these in further detail. There's also a relationship manager, dedicated relationship manager. The customer gets to enjoy a lot of complimentary benefits and all. So let's look into each of these features and understand for ourselves what do they mean and what is it that the customer is benefiting in this manner. Starting with the finest of life experiences, where we talk about the Taj, the Epicure membership for Taj Selections and Vivanta Hotels. Now, who gets eligible for this complimentary Epicure membership? Anyone whose account is opened in this financial year is eligible for a complimentary Epicure membership, subject to him or her completing certain milestone transactions, right? And the milestone transactions are what are highlighted here. We want the customers to complete 15 online or POS transactions of 5,000 and above using the priority debit card, and obviously maintain the eligibility of the program for him to be eligible for the Epicure membership. Now, what does Epicure membership entitle him to? Epicure membership entitles him to 25% discount on food and beverages. It entitles him or her to 20% discount on spa treatments and 20% discount on stays. So today, when we talk about which are the finest hotels in India, the name that which comes up by without any kind of discussion is Taj. Taj is the premium hotel services, and here when I'm offering you a stay or maybe a discount on spa treatments or a 25% discount on food and beverages, that is something every customer would appreciate. Imagine a 20% discount on your stays, and these are premium hotels, the best in the country, and that is what we have partnered with. At Axis Bank, when we see our partnerships, and you will see that in the slides to come in all the other programs as well, we also partner with the best, and we want the customers an opportunity to enjoy this. But it comes, like I said, with the customer completing certain minimum mandated milestone transactions, which is 15 transactions that needs to be done of 5,000 and above using your priority debit card. Now, the next question that comes up is, when does the customer do these transactions? The customers does these transactions once the account has been set up. So immediately preceding the account opening month, the customer needs to do these mandated 15 transactions within the first 3 months. So let's say if I've opened the account in April, I would want the account transactions to be completed between the next 3 months, that is May, June, July. And that is how the transactions would be considered. So excluding the month of account opening, immediately in the following 3 months, the customer should complete the mandated 15 transactions and should also during this quarter or during these 3 months maintain the eligibility of the program, which is the expectation of balances of 2 lakh and above. So that is what we are talking about, and the customer gets to enjoy and avail of these memberships. But there are certain transactions which will be excluded from the Epicure membership. So today, when you're doing transactions, there are certain transactions that will not be counted as amongst the 15. So what are those transactions that will not be counted? Transactions like your cash withdrawals, transactions like your insurance payments or education payments, fuel surcharge, fuel transactions, jewelry, utility bill payments, telecom, visa transactions, or charities. These are the set of select transactions that would not be considered as a part of your mandated milestone transactions. You might ask the question, there's a lot of exclusions here. So what do we tell our customers? Which would be the transactions that would be considered? So today, if you have to say or convince your customer, tell the customer that all the routine transactions that the customer does, for example, in terms of online shopping, or he's ordering food, or doing a purchase on an Amazon or a Flipkart, or he's booking a hotel, or he is, opting for a flight ticket booking. So all those routine regular transactions, retail spends, as we call it, are included and counted as your milestone transactions. The only ones that are not counted are the ones that are listed on the slide. Now, this becomes very imperative because whenever we are offering something to our customer, the customer should be told how he can avail of these offers. Sometimes the customer is under the notion that just by opening an account, he gets these Epicure membership, and that is not the case. So this is something that needs to be well understood by each one of you all, that there are certain minimum spends that the customer needs to do within certain timelines, post which he gets eligible for an Epicure membership. Now, when we are talking about accounts and we are talking about new accounts that you open, these are the people who can avail of the Epicure membership. So any kind of customer who has, upgraded an account or maybe has been holding an account in the past, an existing priority account, they will not qualify for an Epicure membership. This is exclusively for new customer accounts whose accounts are getting opened. Now, another thing that you would want to keep in mind, bear in mind, is this Epicure membership is valid for this financial year, which means for accounts for all those customer accounts whose accounts are getting opened on or before 31st of March this year, the Epicure membership will continue, which means the customer needs to do the transactions in the following 3 months and the customer will still be able to avail of the Epicure membership. We haven't still got a go ahead in terms of whether the Epicure membership would be applicable for the following year, that is from April onwards. So currently, when you're speaking to customers, the customer accounts whose accounts are getting opened this year are the people to whom you can comfortably state that the Epicure membership is available, right? So that is what we are saying. The account needs to have a minimum milestone spends and the balance in the priority account needs to be maintained. All the spends have to be using the priority debit card of the primary account holder. So it is not as if each and every person is going to get an Epicure membership. As a family, as an account, whoever is the primary holder, that is the person to whom the Epicure membership is available. So that is something, again, that you will have to remember and reiterate to your customers. Some terms and conditions are what is highlighted on the slide for you to say. And here again, the details of the Epicure membership are all available for you in handy as a reference point in terms of brochures, in terms of the priority account proposition, the brochures, the leaflets that you have. So please do make well use of those sales collaterals that you have while you are discussing it with your customers. The 25% discount on food and beverages, the 20% discount on orders placed through the Qmin portal, which again is the Taj portal for food delivery, a 20% discount on spa and salon treatments, 20% discount on stays. So substantial benefits in terms that the customer gets to enjoy, which is completely complimentary. Now, to understand this better, by way of an example, we have something like this, a small slide which explains what are the qualifications. So A, the account opening date has to be in this financial year. The campaign duration is up to 31st March this year. The program or the priority account TRV needs to be maintained. And the minimum number of spends that we see from the priority debit card of the primary holder needs to be 15 and above. Only then the customer gets to enjoy the Epicure membership. So scenario 1, the customer has maintained all these things and that's why the customer gets to enjoy the Epicure membership. Let's look at scenario 2. What went wrong? The account has got opened, but the account did not have the mandatory 15 spends. Instead of 15, the customer had a spend of only 12. 12 transactions were done. Mandatory transactions are 15, due to which the customer did not qualify for an Epicure membership. Again, in the third scenario, like I said, since the program is running only up till 31st March, any account that has been open in the month of April, as of now, will not qualify. So till we receive further details, that is what we need to bear in mind. Let me take a pause here and check if there are any questions. Yes, so I see Devendra, Madhur, Hashim, and Shekhar with their hands up. So let me check. Do we have any questions on Epicure membership? Have you come across any issues, or what is it that you would want to ask? Let's start with Devendra.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
No, ma'am, no issue.
No question? Then kindly please
No.
lower your hand. Let also be conscious of when our hands are up and when the hands are down. Yes, Madhur.
Ma'am, not for now. Actually, earlier
Okay.
when you had asked like what is priority banking, so at that time I had raised my hand.
All right. So I'm sorry if I missed that. Yeah. Shekhar?
Ma'am, actually, I just missed a point. मेरे को ये जानना है, I need to know this thing that 15 transactions are mandatory or the transaction of 5,000. I mean, थोड़ा सा doubt है मेरे को इस चीज में.
आपको हर ट्रांजैक्शन 5,000 के ऊपर का करना है, 5,000 एंड अबव, एंड कितने ट्रांजैक्शंस करने हैं? 15 ट्रांजैक्शंस मिनिमम करने हैं.
Okay, the transaction should be above 5,000. अगर उससे एक मतलब थोड़ा सा भी कम होगा, then that won't be considered.
It won't be considered as an eligible transactions. आप अपने लिए बहुत सारे transactions कर सकते हैं, लेकिन Epicure membership के लिए हम 5,000 above के transactions ही count करेंगे.
And that should be 15, and that should
The
be covered
customer
within
has to do
90
15
days.
transactions in a span of a quarter. Yeah,
90 days, right?
90
Okay,
days.
ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Gira Udani.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I would just like to ask you that is this membership having any, timeline, like how many times the customer
Only
can...
once. So it is a offer that is an account opening offer which is given to the customer. So it's not as if the customer has the entire year to complete this time these transactions. So immediately after account opening, if the customer does these set of transactions, he or she gets eligible for an Epicure membership. So it has to happen within the first 3 months of account opening.
Okay, and ma'am, another thing that if customer has done the transactions within three months and 15 transactions, then the coupons will be activated. And how if the customer don't use in the financial year and he tries using it in another financial year?
No. So when the customer gets eligible, let's say one of your customers has qualified for Epicure membership, in the following quarter, the details would be sent across to the customer with specific timelines within which the customer has to avail of the offer. So it is not something that, within the next 2 years or 3 years, the customer has to enjoy. So certain timelines will be given to the customer within which the customer has to enjoy the offer. So it comes with an expiry date as well. So as in when the customer gets eligible and the coupons, when they are forwarded over email to the customer, it will clearly list down the terms and conditions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Isha, a question from you?
So, ma'am, following on this only, so say, what would be that time horizon which the customer would be given?
The customer would be given an opportunity to avail this Epicure membership in about 6 months' time once the coupon has been given to him.
And that opportunity would be of like a 1-year membership or a 6 months membership?
No, it's a one-time offer that the customer can enjoy. So let's say if I'm taking a stay offer, within those 6 months, the customer can opt for a stay where he will get a discount.
All right. So it's not like a membership. It's one of the offers which the customer can avail.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Nagraj?
Okay.
Hi, ma'am. Is there any track a bank will provide to customers or saying that your Epic membership you have qualified for the Epic membership?
Yes, the customer will get a formal notification from the bank saying that he has qualified and these are the terms and conditions of the offer that is being given to him. So all those details, what the customer is looking for, will be shared with him. All he needs to do is ensure that the transactions happen within the timeline set so that he can go ahead and avail that offer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Shipra?
हाँ जी मैम, ये जो ड्यूरेशंस आपने बताए हैं अकाउंट ओपनिंग के फर्स्ट अप्रैल, इसको एक बार प्लीज फिर से रिपीट कर दें.
Come again, Shipra. Come again. I did not hear you.
Ma'am, please repeat that account opening date scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3.
So the account opening scenario is whenever the account gets opened, whichever month the account gets opened, excluding that month, in the following 3 months, the customer has to avail this offer. Now, this was an offer that was running from April this year till March. So currently, for all practical purposes, आपका March is the final month. अगर customer open करता है, तब उसको Epicure membership मिलेगा. As of now, we haven't received any intimation whether the Epicure membership is going to continue in the next financial year. So that's why I reiterate that when you're speaking to customers and opening accounts for your customers in this year, in the month of March, you can definitely promise the Epicure membership. We will wait for intimation from the CEO to come, from the priority team to come, whether we can promise the Epicure membership for accounts that are getting opened in April onwards. But even if the account is open as on 31st March, the customer will be able to enjoy the Epicure membership subject to him or her completing the milestone transactions. Shipra, any further clarity required?
No, ma'am.
All right. Nitin.
Hello. Nitin here. My question is, there were certain limitations kept on the card, like the interest can be paid off. Because as you same thing that the transactions should be more than 5,000 and above. So, as I consider, there are certain limitations kept by the bank on this program towards the payment done on the petrol pumps for filling up.
Correct. So your utility bill payments, cash withdrawals, pure payments, all those exclusions are there, but majority of your transactions are allowed. So what is the question here, Nitin?
Yeah, ma'am, I got the clarity.
Achha, okay. Ajit? Ajit not responding. Susmita?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, Ajit. Go ahead, Ajit.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to know, like in the scenario 1, account has been opened in April. So if the customer does the 5 transaction in that same month in April, will be that counted as a duration?
The Epicure membership program starts from the following month. The reason why we are not counting the first month is a lot of times customers are still managing to set up their accounts, activate their accounts. So we are giving them that privilege. We want the Epicure membership transactions to happen within the following 3 months.
But so in case any customer has done the transaction in the same month, will be that counted or?
We are looking at transactions in the next 3 months. Because what happens is, as a bank, we need to be clear that which are the months that we are looking at. So for the first month, we are excluding, we are looking at the transactions between the next 3 months.
Okay, and second question, ma'am. So after the activating that Epicure membership, will that have a 1 year time duration or it is a long?
It will not. The offer will clearly state what is the timelines within which the customer has to avail of the offer.
So it will depend on customer to customer or it's a fixed scenario has been.
The timelines for the offer will be communicated by the Epicure membership details. When within those timelines the customer needs to avail the offer is entirely dependent on the customer. So let's say if the offer details specify to the customer that he has to avail the offer between, let's say, June and December. So that is the time frame within which the customer will have to avail the offer. Now, when between June and December he wants to avail, that is subject to the customer. So we will give you the expiry timelines within which the customer has to avail. And it's a one-time offer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Susmita?
Ma'am, once the customer done with the transactions, in what time customer will receive this membership?
In the following quarter.
In the following quarter.
So one quarter, he does the transaction. In the subsequent quarter, towards the end of the quarter, we will see which are the customers who have completed and who are eligible. And for all of them, we will be dispatching the Epicure membership.
Basically,
yes. Sorry, I did not hear that.
Basically, it is 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3 months.
Roughly, yeah. Yes, Deepak?
Yeah, ma'am. Deepak here. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm waiting for your question.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm just asking this thing that this offer is once in a lifetime offer, isn't it?
Yes, it's a one-time offer. The customer will not be able to enjoy this again and again. And that too, at the time of account opening, it is being extended to the customer.
Okay, so at the time of account opening, we have to inform him that he has 3 months timeline to complete this transaction limit, and after that, he'll be eligible for this offer, right?
For all those customer accounts whom you are opening for the month of March, you can definitely pass on this information.
Yes, for sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Saddam Sen. Not able to hear, Saddam. If you have a question, I see your hand raised, but I don't see an audio. Let me move to Manisha.
Madam, this is Sripati.
Sripati, you'll have to wait. Let me speak to Manisha.
Okay.
Please raise your hands. Let's follow the discipline. Yes, Manisha. Manisha, are you speaking? I see your mic unmuted, but the audio is not there. Okay, let me speak to Shyam.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, last month I have opened a priority account. Customer is a senior citizen, okay? Customer is using the transaction through petrol pump and the online transaction. These transactions also counted in 15 transactions, ma'am?
No, in fact, I just showed you the slide, which are the transactions that will not be considered. So please be attentive because a lot of repeat questions are coming in, and these, again, for the benefit of Shyam, I'm listing down the transactions that will not be considered.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, Rohit. All right, friends who have asked their questions, I would expect you to lower your hands as well so that we know who is in queue and whose question needs to be addressed. Yes, Rohit?
Hello.
Yeah.
Ma'am, just want to ask you, this is basically EPIC's EPIC membership is going from 1st April 2022 till 23rd
31st March, 31st of March, 23.
or if
That is the
suppose
program duration. Yeah.
that is a program duration. If someone is opening the account in the month of April 2023, that will be
You will
not
have to
considered,
wait.
right?
You will have to wait because if there is an extension of the program, the same will be communicated by the priority channel to all of us. So as of
And
now,
at
for
the
our
last,
current discussion, let's assume that it is the membership program or the this offer is as ending as on 31st of March. If there's any revised notification that comes, then all of us will be kept informed of the same.
okay, ma'am, thank you.
All right. So great. Let's also take Shushmita, are we speaking? We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Let me step in here. Gentlemen and ladies, good afternoon. My name is Susmita. More important to what I need to communicate is priority banking proposition is a vast offering, right? There are loads and loads and loads of offers that will be going through today, and we only have 2 hours to cover it. So let's all be very crisp about it and keep our questions and keep our ears open when somebody else is asking that question. I keep a note down, right? Let Vidya finish everything, and then we can have a quick round of questions. So there will be a lot of slides that will come with a huge amount of content on the slide. So quickly do sift through it. I'm sure Vidya will not be able to cover each bullet point as she goes around detailing each of the product slide. Right. So please be careful. And then, of course, there is a session later on Siddhi and Tram. So keep your patience, keep your questions together, keep your eyes and ears open as the session carries on. Vidya takes you through. And of course, this whole thing will also be available to you on the LMS to go through in detail, and other product notes that will come through as Vidya says through the priority channel. So this is the year end. There would be some changes in the new year. We are not privy to that as of now. But as soon as there is something that changes, some new policies come in, some new price points come in, some new features come in, you would get all the information via your priority channel, as Vidya said. So thank you so much. Just keep that in mind. And Vidya, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Shushmita. Yeah. So let's move on and let's, I would like to call upon Shashwati. Shashwati, if you can take us through the next piece.
Yes, sure. Thanks, Vidya. So we just heard about this lovely Epicure membership that we have for our priority customers. And here's something, another one, which is again for our priority customers, a special feature that we have. Now, this is the Axis Bank Club Vistara Forex card. Have you heard about it? Have you heard about this Axis Bank Club Vistara Forex card? Anyone has heard about it? If yes, you could raise your hand. Okay, we have, yes, we have Mrinalini raising her hand, and I don't know who this is, logi.g. If you could tell me your name, please. Okay, so what is this, Mrinalini? Since you're aware of it, could you tell me what this is about? All this is about. Mrinalini, say. Mrinalini, could you unmute yourself and tell me what this is about?
Hello.
Okay. Yes, Mrinalini.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, I can hear you. No, I can't hear you now. Have you unmuted? Okay, someone else other than Mrinalini? Logi.g, someone, you raised your hand and you said, yes, what is your name, please? I would love to have a name.
Yeah, can you, ma'am?
Yeah, why don't you switch on your video also? It's always good to have a face to speak to.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. What's your name first? First, please introduce yourself because it comes as
Hello,
Logi.g.
Hello.
Yeah, no, it's Logi, ma'am. It's Logi Gujarati.
It's Logi? Okay, great. Okay, yes,
Yeah.
Logi. Yeah.
Hello.
See,
Logi,
ma'am.
just 1 sec. I can hear in hello. Is that Mrinalini?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to speak up before Logi?
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
Okay,
there is
please do.
network
Please,
issue,
Logi,
so
will you
couldn't able
excuse
to.
us? Yeah, Logi, just give me a second. Let us just take it from Mrinalini since she was the one who first messaged. Yes, Mrinalini, please go ahead.
Ma'am, we have the greatest card which we have. It's called the Vistara card. We have many of the card fees is nil for that. Like the joining fees for priority customers is nil for that, and also the annual fee which we call, and we also have some of the like withdrawal fees and all. That
So
is also
okay. Yeah.
nil for nil for priority customers, ma'am, if they take that card.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is a Forex card. Is it a debit card? Is it a credit card? Is it a Forex card? Is there any difference in these cards?
Yes, ma'am. We have the difference in that credit card is different from Forex card. Na? Forex
What
card
is this card? Is this Vistara credit card, debit card? What card is it? Forex card?
My Forex card I'm talking about. Forex card.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Pranalini. Thanks a lot. Let me go to Logi. Logi, over to you.
Yeah.
So Mrinalini tells me this is a Forex card and this is not a credit card.
Okay, ma'am, basically, I would just explain for the team what is it exactly. See, we call it a Forex card, but Forex card is similar to a prepaid card. Okay, when a customer travels abroad, India, like for their country, when they go out, it is a similar debit card kind of thing where you load some money, whatever the foreign currency you're in the country. Let's say pounds or yen or euros, whatever the currency continent you want, you have to just load it. In your bank account, it gets loaded. And by this Vistara card, you get a special benefit of 15 paisa benefit per transaction.
Okay. Yeah.
And you also do $1,500 loading, get a 100 rupees voucher.
Yeah.
Okay. When you spend outside, I mean, while swiping the card, you get
let me
3
ask
points.
you a question, Logi. Sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you a question. Suppose today I am traveling to London, and from London I am traveling to New York. Okay. And from New York, I'm traveling back to Paris. Do I need to take 3 different Forex cards?
No need, ma'am. If you are having one is sufficient, but you can have 3 different other bank forex cards. You can have
We
one.
will need 3 other bank Forex cards. Okay, let's see that. No, isn't the Axis card sufficient for us?
Yeah, but Axis Bank's card is much more sufficient because
Yeah, good, Logi. Thank you. Yes, so the Axis Bank card, and I can see a lot of hands put up when I said this question, when I raised this question, because our Axis Bank Forex card is 16 currencies can be loaded. So if I'm traveling across 16 different countries, I do not need to carry any other Forex card, Logi. One Axis Bank Vistara Forex card is enough for me to travel to 16 current countries with 16 different currencies. Yeah. And that is because we are assuming, thanks a lot, Logi. Yes, now the hands have come down. I'm sure I'll come across here later. So very good. We are assuming that our priority customer loves to travel. Yeah. And that's why we have tied up with Vistara Airlines, right? Now, Vistara, we know, has been taken over by the Tata Group also.
Hello.
And yes, hello. Yes, someone, who's that? Can I come to you? Yeah, if you have a question, could you park your question and I'll come to you? Rohit?
Yes, Cherry County.
Yeah, I'll come to you. Let me just finish this and I will definitely come to you, Rohit. If you have a question. Haji? Okay. So this Vistara, so Axis Bank has now tied up with the airlines Vistara to offer this Forex card.
Cherry County, Cherry County, Greater Noida.
Rohit, could you please mute yourself? I can hear Cherry County, so I'm assuming you're in the Noida, Greater Noida area. Please mute yourself. So the advantage of this is, what is a Forex card, first and foremost? When Logi very correctly said that this is a debit card, it is actually a prepaid debit card. So your account is, earlier what used to happen, when we used to travel, we used to all have to, when you were traveling abroad, you had to carry traveler's checks. You had to carry foreign exchange, cash. Yeah, you can still carry cash. But the disadvantage of carrying traveler's checks is suddenly, if it gets lost, what happens then? So a Forex card is for anyone who's traveling abroad. So when your priority customer is traveling abroad, you can offer him or her a Forex card, and you can tell him that not only if you're traveling across different countries, you can just carry this one card. Let's assume you're going to London, I'll load pounds on it. From London, let's assume you're going to Paris, I will load euro for you. From euro, you're going to New York, I will load dollars with you. All on the same card. 16 currencies can be loaded. And as Mrinalini very correctly said, we do not charge these customers. We will not charge, we will waive the first year, the issuance fee. And along with what we're offering on the card, we are saying that every time you use the card, we are also offering you complimentary Club Vistara membership, right? So that every time you're spending $5 or more, yeah, or equivalent of this, we will give you 3 Club Vistara points. And very correctly, I think as Mrinalini or Logi, one of you said that if you load $2,500, yeah, at one go, I will give you 500 food and beverage voucher, which is redeemable at international outlets, airport outlets. Now the question is, why isn't it redeemable here? Because the Forex card anyway cannot be used in India. The Forex card can be used only abroad. And of course, we do give a discount on the exchange rate. So today, because it's a prepaid debit card, the advantage is what, whenever there's currency fluctuation, your customer is protected against all currency fluctuations. We all know how the dollar today has appreciated against the rupee, right? Dollar was somewhere around 71, 72. Today, dollar has gone up to 81, 82. So if someone, maybe 1 month or even 1 month or 2 months back, the dollar rate was around 80 and now it's gone up to 82. So every time if you are traveling, say for about 2-3 months and you want to take a card, it's always better to take a card which is a prepaid debit card. Your account gets debited and you get a benefit as a priority customer. If you're going to the branch and you're loading the card, you get a 15% benefit on the rate. And if you're loading it via internet and mobile banking, you are getting a discount of 30% benefit on the exchange rate, right? Now, when you're taking the card, please ask your customer to come to the branch and take the card. Yeah, the reason being is only at the branch. Vidya, could you just change the slide? Yeah, thank you. So please request the customer to come to the branch to take the card. Why? The question may come that why? I mean, I'm getting a discount. Of course, you're getting a discount. So the first time when the card is being issued, we want to ensure that the issuance fee is changed to 0. And that will be done at the branch level. If the customer is taking the card online, yeah, it cannot be done. So here the customer needs to come to the bank. We have your normal procedures like your visa, tickets, etc., which will be covered in our remittances or foreign exchange sessions. But here what you have to do is you have to raise this issue of changing the issuance fee to 0. Yeah. And your RFRC department will do the necessary steps and will ensure that the Axis Bank Club Vistara Forex card has been issued to the customer with a 0 issuance fee. Okay, very, very important. Please ask your customers to come to the bank to take this card, right? They can load it, and so at the branch, anyway, I will give them 15% discount. Right? If they want to, and these cards are always valid. The cards are usually valid for 5 years. So they want to reload the card, they can do it online. Big advantage, and they get a 30% discount. The food and beverage voucher of 500 rupees will be, the moment the customer loads the card of $2,500, the food and beverage voucher will be sent to the customer's email as a part of the welcome email. So it's very important to ensure that the customer's mobile number and the customer's email number is correctly captured, right? So now once they want you to now check to see how many points there has been accumulated every time they're transacting, every time they're loading the card, right? What they can do is they can register themselves on Club Vistara, and they can view their points, how many points has been accumulated under the Club Vistara account. Okay, so this is extremely important, very important. Any questions regarding this Forex card? Yes, Sadashiv.
Madam, what is the time frame if somebody customers books the home delivery Forex card?
Yeah.
Because one of my customer recently booked, and after 10 days also he did not receive the card. And when we contacted the customer care, they were clueless about that where is the card, whether it is in transit or not.
Okay, that is
so
why
what is the time frame once?
Yes.
No, I got your point. He has to come to branch.
Yeah.
But without my information, he booked the card to home delivery. But after 11 days also, card did not reach him. The date of travel came, he went without Forex card.
Oh, weren't you able to track it?
No, we could not able to. When we called the customer care, they are telling they are unable to track where the card is.
Oh, okay. Vidya, would you like to give some inputs on this?
Yes,
Because
so today at any point in time, if you're facing any challenges, you would need to reach out to the Forex team, because these are the people who are processing the card at the back end and issuing it to the customer. At any point in time, if there are challenges of this kind, we would want you to reach out to the remittance team, especially the Forex card team, who will be able to figure it out. The call center may not be the right person, or they might not have the information, but definitely the Forex card team will be able to help and guide you on this aspect.
Oh, no. I called the Forex team also, madam. The particular manager I called, but even he was clueless about that. So what they told, you have to cancel in the branch and reissue the new card. When it comes, we will cancel the new card, old card.
But did the system show that a card was issued, Sadashiv?
No, only reference number was generated, application number was generated. Amount got debited for loading, but other card got generated, issued, we could not find it out.
All right. So it must be a one-off case
one-off
because
case, yeah.
usually doesn't happen. We have
Yeah.
a very responsive Forex card team who responds to customer queries and you can write to them. In fact, you can fast track a customer complaint also, especially the priority customers, the affluent customers. We have a speeder tat also when it comes to handling the requirements and the complaints of our affluent customers. So yes, maybe in a one-off case, something like this has happened, but that has
I'm
that
just
is
asking
not
what
the
is the
kind
time
of
frame?
feedback
What is the time frame they will get
the
the
time
card?
frame we should promise the customer is 7 to 10 days because that is the time
Vidya,
that will
one
take
second.
for the. Yeah, sorry.
Vidya, 1 second. Hold on.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Abhishek.
sorry. Hi. So Dashiv, what you could do is alternatively send me a mail on this particular issue. What I will do is I will loop into the product teams that handle this particular issue out here, and then we'll try and see what resolution we can bring in quickly.
Okay.
Make sense? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So please loop me, and we'll
Yeah.
try and take it from there.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
we can
Abhishek.
get back.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Thanks.
Nikhil, do you have a question? Nikhil?
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Hi, Nikhil. Yes, I can hear you, Nikhil.
Ma'am, I have the doubt. There's there's a prepaid preloader. That money is the customer preloader, like that we are using the debit card. Same like that we can use the Vistara card, right, ma'am?
Yes.
But their own customer using this card for abroad, any country. We have 16 currencies, but they have any specific charge for any this transaction? Have any charges for they are using the?
Yes. So, Nikhil, the way it works is basically what is going to happen is before the customer travels from India abroad, his account is going to get debited. Let's assume he wants $500. Okay, Nikhil. So his account is going to get debited for the equivalent against the exchange rate, and $500 will be loaded on the card. Now, when the customer goes abroad, suppose he goes to the ATM and he goes to withdraw money in, say he's got $500, he goes to New York and he uses the ATM to withdraw money. So depending upon which bank's ATM is going to be used, yes, there will be a charge. There will be a nominal charge. So it is generally not advisable to, withdraw cash against a Forex card. If it is not required, he can definitely go ahead and use it at any of the POS machines over there.
Okay, only half the free is in POS machines. ATM withdrawal, half the charges.
ATM withdrawal he can do.
Okay, but
because he'll be charged.
Yeah, we only have the ATM withdrawal, have the charges. POS machine don't have any specific.
Yeah, no. Generally banks, but again, if it is supposed today, there are certain banks, the acquiring bank, they may charge. So you cannot really say some banks do charge. So right up to $200 also it can be charged, but generally it is not charged. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, Manisha. Manisha?
Any limit for the Forex charges where they can withdraw?
Where the limit means in what sense? Could you just explain that? I'm sorry.
To buy certain things and he buys through some shop or something.
No, there is no daily limit. He can load the card as per the liberalized remittance scheme up to $250,000 under LRS. Okay. So there's no limit on this. No. Tripti? If you could lower your hands, Manisha and Nikhil. Tripti?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure, I can.
Yes, actually wanted to know, like when we call up the customer to the branch for issuance of the travel card, Forex card, so do we issue in a single format, like it is only a single Forex card that we issue, or do we have the duplicate card also if it in case one gets misplaced or something?
No, we just one card.
Just
Why
one
we don't
card.
want the card to get misplaced, yeah? It's still like a debit card, right? You issue one debit card. We don't issue two debit cards, do we?
No, actually, it was there with my earlier organization. We used to issue two cards, like one was the duplicate one.
We issue one Vistara Forex card, yeah? One Vistara Forex card,
okay. Yeah, got it.
Okay, yes, Isha? Yes, Isha?
Just a point out here, which I'll try and emphasize on.
Yes,
you know,
Abhishek.
for the
Yeah.
kind of questions that I am overhearing here. See, we will be, what I want everybody, all the team members to focus on is try and understand this from a proposition standpoint. From a technicality standpoint, we will be doing a separate session on Forex cards, inward remittance and outward remittances, which will cover in depth in terms of pricing, in depth in terms of loading of these cards. All of that will get covered in those specific training. What I would like the team to focus on today is to try and understand how the proposition is tailored, how you can pitch these benefits together to the priority customer or the customer that you prospect, right? These benefits work for both for ETB and NTB clients, all right? So when you're going to your map book, you should be completely aware what is the overall benefit that the customer is getting through taking a Club Vistara Forex card with us, right? So the entire focus should be not on the process today, but on the proposition, right? With the session that we will cover in Forex card, the in-depth session, you will get far deeper understanding of how the card works, how you can utilize it in different countries, what are cross-currency charges that are there, ATM withdrawal charges that are getting levied in those respective countries when the customer transact. That part of it you will understand in depth there, all right? So restrict your questions only from the standpoint of understanding the proposition. Don't get into technicalities today.
Yeah, I think thanks a ton, Abhishek, because we do have a limitation of time, and there are a large number of benefits which are there for our customers, which we would like to talk about. As Abhishek very correctly said, that we would like to talk that when we are actually speaking to the customer, what is it that we pitch? Yeah, what I'll do is let me move on, and then we will come back again as and when we have time. Yeah, let's move on. So we talked about the Epicure membership, we talked about the Forex card, and another very important proposition that we have for our priority customers, which is a very exclusive one, is the health insurance from Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Like Vidya was saying, that during COVID times, actually everyone realized the importance of health insurance. Yeah, many people who already had insurance, they realized how underinsured they were. Yeah, very often, when you go to a customer and they say, yeah, I have medical insurance. But if you look at the COVID times, talk to them about the COVID times, that even someone with a 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 20 lakh health insurance fell short, isn't it? I think we all know people who's had to face bills, which inflated bills, and we never know, the future is uncertain. So exclusively for our Axis Bank customers, Aditya Birla has come up with a 1 crore sum insured at a very attractive premium rate. Okay, now what is the premium rate? Again, as Abhishek very correctly said, all this will be discussed when we have our third party discussions from our third-party insurance and mutual fund partners. Okay, so I'm not going to get into that, but let's look at the benefits it is. That is pre and post-hospitalization cover. And unlike many insurance, health insurance, this health insurance has no capping on the room rent, ICU, or specific diseases. I mean, today, if you look at competition, look at what health insurance is being offered, most health insurance have a capping on the room rent or the ICU rent. So this is a big, big thing for your customers. Yeah, so you can earn health returns. Is there Aditya Birla's app, health insurance app, where you can get a 30% benefit on the premium. And of course, this is a group active health cover. So along with your Epicure, along with the Forex card, this is something which is exclusively for our Axis Bank priority customers. Yes, Vidya. And so what is it that we offer? We are offering cashless facility in 8,000 plus network hospitals. That's a large number of hospitals pan-India. We've already told you about the room rent, no capping on ICU, disease specific. Another thing which is covered, which is very rarely covered in health insurance policies, is 527 day care procedures are covered. When we're talking of daycare, usually what happens is health insurance requires you to be, most health insurance policies require you to be hospitalized for 24 hours. That's generally the case. Yeah, of course, insurance companies are coming up with many other, but this one offers you 527 daycare procedures are covered. So that is a big, big benefit. Yeah, we've told you about 30% premium on health returns. You can opt for accidental personal accident plan, total disability, partial disability, coma due to accident. And additionally, you can take optional cover with a little extra premium. Yeah, hospitalization cover along with pre and post hospitalization, health assessment and 2 fitness assessments per policy. Just imagine how many insurance, think of it, how many insurance, because what we want is, this is preventive. We want our customers to be fit. We don't want them to be getting hospitalized. So these are like, you want a health assessment, fitness assessments done in the policy year 2, you can avail of. And the best thing is you can opt for 3 different criteria. There are sum assured. One is up to 50 lakhs, one is 75 lakhs, and one is 100 lakhs or a crore. So depending upon what your customer requires, depending upon what his age bracket is, how many dependents he has, etc., you can suggest this. Yeah. So this is again a very, very important exclusive offer for our priority customers, along with Forex card and the Epicure membership. Okay. Okay. I'll take one question from Vishal. Yes, Vishal.
Ma'am, you're talking about the daycare centers for 527. Is it
Sorry?
any other?
Sorry, I couldn't get you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, but your voice is breaking. It's not coming through clearly, Vishal.
Okay. Is it clear right now?
Yeah, tell me.
When you're talking about the daycare center for 527, and is it any other option for any disease also cover in this also? I'm talking about the disease, not talking about the daycare center.
Yeah, okay, of course. It's a health insurance, Vishal. So the moment we're talking of health insurance, it will cover a large number of diseases. But as I said, which disease is covered, what are the daycare procedures covered, all this will be covered when our third-party partner, Aditya Birla, they take the...
So just to step in,
Yes.
here, when we talk about the Health Pro Infinity cover, it is also covering all the primary ailments, something, your diseases that are related to your heart, or for that matter, any kind of diabetic or cancer treatment, dialysis treatments, all those major diseases are included in Health Pro Infinity.
Okay, fine.
So basically, it's like a medical insurance. Just Vishal, it's just like a health insurance which covers all major diseases, but we are offering some things extra also. Yeah, those daycare procedures which are rarely. Yeah, it's just like a health insurance, but you're getting it at a little discounted rate because it is a special tie-up for our Axis Bank customers. So someone who goes to take a 1 crore health insurance policy would probably may have to pay a much higher premium if he's a non-priority customer. The moment it becomes a priority customer, you can offer him at a discounted rate. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Vishal?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So now that we have this exclusive, it doesn't stop there. We are also telling our customers that every time you're transacting, we are going to offer you certain points which you can redeem against, for travel, for shopping, for a lot of things. Yeah. And this is called the Edge Reward Points. So this is a very exclusive program for our priority customers. And this is exclusive. This Edge Reward Point program that we have is actually a I would say a milestone program for quarterly milestone program. So why am I saying it's a quarterly milestone program? Because the amount you transact and the number of transactions you do in a quarter will determine whether you are going to get certain exclusive Edge Reward Points, which we have reserved for our priority customers. So it is not only the number of transactions and the quantity of transactions, but here it also matters whether you're meeting the priority, what is the amount that you're keeping in balance in your savings account. Yeah. So today, let's assume, suppose, what is it? First and foremost, you have to do 10 transactions on select online and POS transaction in the quarter, which is greater than equal to 2,000 each on your priority debit card. Okay? So let's assume that I have done these 10 transactions, but my AQB is less than 2 lakhs. Yeah. Will I get edge reward points? No. So here, today, what I'm telling is I'm incentivizing my customer, priority customer, that the higher balance you keep in your savings account, higher will you get the edge reward points. So let's assume that the customer's AQB is between 2 to 3 lakhs. You get 250 rupees. But the moment his AQB goes above 5 lakhs, he's getting edge points worth 2,000 rupees. Yeah. So these two conditions, that is number of transactions and this AQB, both these conditions have to be met to avail of these special edge reward points, which we have reserved specially for our priority customers. Okay. So what is the time of offer again? Like we had the Epicure membership, which was till 31st March 2023. As of now, this offer is again, we are keeping it up. It is available till 31st March 2003. The offer starts from 1st April 2000. So this financial year, right? So here is an example for you. It says 10 debit card transactions of 2,000 or more between 1st April to 30th June and maintaining, please note this, these are not exclusive to each other. Both these conditions have to be met, and maintaining SAQB of 2 lakhs or more in Jan quarter will be eligible for the edge point. Okay, very, very important. This is extremely important. So we're looking at the previous month's AQB. What is the previous month's AQB we are looking at? So April, May, June is when he's done the transactions. But what was the AQB in the previous month? Suppose in the previous month, he's not maintained the AQB and it's less than 2 lakhs. Sorry, we will not give you the edge reward points. Yeah, very, very important this is. So please remember that this goes hand in hand. Okay, the next one. So this is, you can actually, very often what customers do is they will plan their transactions accordingly, because most of us, we are buying online, right? We do a lot of purchases online. Nowadays, how many of us, we go to the shop and do it? And even if you go to the shop, it's great. If the moment you use your debit card rather than cash. Today, the government is disincentivizing cash. We don't want, there's discouraging cash. So let's not tell your customers that the moment you use debit card, and sometimes, I have seen customers who are a little hesitant, especially if they're senior citizen. Yeah, but today, like for example, if there's a senior citizen who's opened a priority account and is a little hesitant on using the debit card, maybe you would like to handhold them and show them how the debit card is used. Yeah, sometimes we need to do that a little bit. So whenever we are talking, we've already told you that the offer is available from 1st April 2002 to 31st March 2023 for all accounts which are opened in this quarter, that is Jan to March. We will offer them till April to June 2023. Now the question arises, as I said, it's a quarterly milestone. It is not that only once they can avail of the offer. Suppose they keep continuing every quarter, they're availing of the benefit. Every quarter they're doing the transaction and they're maintaining the benefit and they're maintaining the AQB. Good for them. They can get these edge reward points, but it is every quarter we will check to see what is the AQB, and every quarter we will check, are you doing those 10 debit card transactions of rupees 2,000 or more? Yeah, and then they can register themselves on the edge rewards site, and even through mobile banking, you can redeem these points. These points can be redeemed against travel, wellness, lifestyle, and a huge host of benefits that customers can avail of. Yeah, so this is something which is very, very important, and customers can get a lot of free points by just using their debit card. And you must encourage your customers to use debit card rather than using cash. It just helps them. It's so much more safer, isn't it? And I hope you are doing it yourself too. Okay, use the debit card as much as possible. Okay, Very quiet. Are you there or have you all slept off? Are you there? Can I see some videos? Yes, good to see some faces. Sanjay, thank you for switching. Yes, I like it. That's the thumbs up. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good. It's always good to have a face. You know, I always say I hate it when I'm speaking to a black screen. Okay, so now you know that you have so much to pitch to your customer, but what you will pitch depends upon the profile of your customer. Okay, now again, when we talked of the number of transactions, like you had in the Epicure membership, there were certain transactions which were not eligible. Very similar here also, there are certain transactions which are not eligible. But before we move on to that, I would like to tell you a very, very important, we've already talked about the AQB. Here, one thing you must remember is priority current accounts will be excluded from the offer. Please remember that. Yeah. So priority current accounts are not included in the offer. It is only the customer if he has a priority savings account and the primary debit card that he has, that will be used for calculating the number of transactions, calculated for the value of transactions, and will be checked against the primary member's debit card balance. Okay. Now, when we're talking of what are the transactions which are not, again, very similar to the Epicure, your cash withdrawals, and your education, fuel, government services, jewelry, telecom, all these are Visa, charities. These are not used. These are not considered. See here, only spends on a priority debit card, which is linked to a priority savings account, will be considered. Very, very important this is. Yeah, this is something you have to remember. And only at the account level, only it is calculated at account level, and the customer who has a priority savings account with a priority debit card for the entire quarter will be eligible for the Edge Reward points. Suppose let's assume a customer has been upgraded in the month of December, okay, or maybe even November, right? So his qualification will start from January. Jan to March, we will consider his balance because he's been upgraded. Now, suppose someone has been downgraded. Naturally, he's not going to be eligible for the offer because he's not a priority customer anymore. Yeah. In case of a joint account, question arises, all transactions done using the priority debit card by only the primary account holder will be considered. Okay. And they will be credited, the Edge Reward points will generally be credited within 90 days of the end of the quarter. Okay, so that goes for Edge Reward points. I'm happy to take 1 or 2 questions if anyone has any questions regarding Edge Reward points, just to ensure that you have not slept off. Anyone? Rohit, let me call out to someone. Manisha, Manisha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Manisha, what are, if I ask you, what are the 2 conditions which need to be met for the customer to get these Edge Reward points?
Ma'am, he has to do 10 transactions and he has to maintain a balance of above 2 lakhs or either 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs or above 5 lakhs. There will be different reward points be given to him.
Okay, now let me ask you a question, Manisha. Yes, of these 10 transactions, 2 transactions of worth, which I have done, are worth 1,500 baht and another one is 1,400 rupees. He's done 10 transactions, but of those 8, he's done quite high amounts. But one of them is 1,500 and one of them is 1,400. Do you think he'll be eligible?
Yes, ma'am. Because
no. What did we say?
2,000 is to be.
Yeah, see, please, friends, I would always request you to take notes because there are so many offers which are there. It's very difficult to remember. The key points is something that you have to remember. See, you know what happens, Manisha, you realize, no, customer will come to you and he said, because you have missed out telling, you told him only 10 and you missed out telling him in the 2,000. Tomorrow when he does not get, Arey, aapne to bola tha. Ab kyun nahi mere ko de rahe ho? So you must remember which are the things I have to tell him. Yeah, my selling points. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Manisha. Okay, great. Can we move on to the next screen then? Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
one point here, which is
yes.
important, that RMs, you will have to kind of guide your customer. Okay, so see, like what we've done is we've given you a list of exclusions, right? So tends to happen that customer gets confused by looking at the list of exclusions. What are the things that I'm possibly eligible for? So to simplify it for the customer, what's crucial is that you articulate it for him, saying that, see, how do you make sure that you are doing these, or getting the maximum value out of both Edge Rewards, or in case you are talking about Epicure membership, right? In both these cases, there are exclusions are available. So for that, you should tell him, like, say, for example, if you're doing regular purchase on your, of your groceries, for example, on your priority debit card, right? When you pay through, maybe on a big basket, for example, right? So if you're doing an online purchase on a website like Big Basket, those transactions will be valid. One. Number two is in any home, any swipe which is made. I mean, and typically for a grocery purchase, you will assume that the swipe is greater than 5,000, right? In an affluent home. When I buy my monthly groceries, utna to kharcha ho hi jata hai, basically in one shot. So that one of those transactions gets valid. Typically for a customer who's a frequent traveler, all right, the benefit of the Epicure membership stands upmost, or rather will be higher, because he's already traveling and possibly paying for that travel, one. Number two is also he'll be staying in a hotel, so he's paying for the stays as well. So usually whenever customers when they purchase their tickets online, they could be taking those purchases through Make My Trip or any of those, airline booking or hotel booking sites, or could be directly going to the website of the airline and booking these tickets. So these transactions become valid. So you have two such more that you could suggest to the customer. Next comes in terms of point of sale purchases. When I shop at, maybe let's understand, a lifestyle purchase at Chroma or a Reliance Digital, or for that matter of fact, even if I go to Shoppers Stop and buy any of these, even those will be termed as valid transaction, right? Now, or shopping at any other places, for example. So both for white goods or buying for lifestyle, right? So all of these. Like that, you give him such 5 examples, it will help the customer narrow down his focus to try and understand that, okay, fine, there are opportunities for me to do this, right? So that's the whole, point of articulating it to the customer. This will help in both your, in terms of your Edge Rewards. This will also help in terms of your Epicure membership. Yeah.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was a great point, actually. Yeah, wonderful. Please, whenever Abhishek is speaking, do take notes, because what happens is at the end of these, the end of the trading program, you would have forgotten what we talked about. So these are very crucial points which Abhishek is talking about, which are selling points for you, how to articulate it to the customer. Please, friends, do take notes so that you can use it from tomorrow when you're speaking to a customer. So when we're talking about, yes, someone? Okay. Now we have some added benefits also, like today, because most of our customers are doing online purchases, we have some certain additional benefits for them, that instead of going directly to, suppose, an Amazon website, right? You can go through the Axis Bank's shopping portal, which is called Grab Deals. You can log on to www.grabdeals.axisbank.com, and you, on your debit and credit cards, you can actually do shopping, maybe on Amazon, maybe on Myntra, depends upon where and with whom we have tied up with, right? Only thing which you have to remember is, what is the advantage? Why if you go to Axis Banks, to Amazon, why should I go directly to Amazon, and why should I go through Grab Deals? The question may come, then why should I go through them? The advantage is, if you're going through Grab Deals, you get cash back. So it can be any percentage. Usually a 5% cash back on the amount of purchase is generally what is offered. Again, it will totally depend upon the fact that whether we are with whom Axis Bank has tied up with. One thing you have to remember is when you're checking out, you must use your Axis Bank debit or credit card. And only then will you get these cashback offers. Okay. So these are some additional benefits which are available. Yes, Vidya. Now, we have very good and complimentary cards which are there for especially for our priority customers. And this is the privilege credit card and the priority debit card. Here in the privilege credit card, the joining fee is waived. Yeah. And the moment you do transactions, 3 transactions of more than rupees 200, you will get 6,250 Edge Rewards points. Yeah. Redeemable against shopping or travel vouchers worth rupees 2,500 on 3 transactions of more than rupees 200 each using your privileged credit card within 90 days of card issuance. So today, let's assume you have sold a credit card to the customer. For the bank, it is beneficial only if the card is used by the customer. If the card is not used by the customer, it is of no use to the bank. Because the bank earns every time the card is being used. And this whole thing is to incentivize your customer. Someone has unmuted. Request you to please mute yourself. Yeah, thank you. So the whole purpose is that we want to incentivize the customers to use the debit card and the credit card. The privileged credit card also offers complimentary domestic airport lounge access, which is 2 per quarter at select lounges. Please understand. So this is extremely beneficial for all our customers who are frequent travelers. Yeah. Also, it says that if you spend, there are certain, again, conditions that today the annual fee will be waived and you will get the double the benefit of redeeming your earned reward points worth twice the value of 5,000 if you spend 2.5 lakhs annually. So if you spend 2.5 lakhs and above annually on the credit card, you will get the Edge Reward points that you have, the benefit that you get will be doubled. Yeah, on select brand voucher worth twice the value at 5,000, and of course the annual fee is going to be waived. So this is a privileged credit card which is offered complimentary to our customers. There's another one which is given is, of course, the priority debit card. We've already talked about the different advantages that the customer will get while using the priority debit card. Yeah, the more the card is used, the more benefits will the customer get. And here again, we are talking of the 8 complimentary lounge access. So why will your question will come, why should I take a lounge access? Why will your customer need a lounge access? Isha, do you think it's going to be beneficial for a customer? Isha, say.
Yes, ma'am. So if a customer is a frequent traveler, then he would be requiring domestic lounge access.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a place for him to rest, have some meals. He must be waiting for another car, for another flight. Yeah, so because otherwise, if you do not have a lounge access, you would need to pay extra, or you would not even have an access to the lounge. So today I'm saying that, while you wait for your flight, you enjoy the benefit of relaxing, having food, and do what you like at the lounge. And this is 8 lounge access. These are at select, so it is not at all airports. What you need to remember is that it is not, so if a customer asks you that, a particular lounge, of course, the big metros would definitely have the lounge access, but maybe not all of them, the tier 2 airports may not have it. So you would have the list of accesses where the domestic airports which offer this, where the customer can avail this, is always available online and you can look at it. Yeah, there is, of course, a discount on movies and Book My Show. There's milestone benefit. We will talk about this in the next slides. Yes, Sada. So before Saddam, I'll just go through this. Let me just quickly go through this. Yeah, the debit card fees, of course, annual charges are nil. Important thing is your ATM withdrawal limit, POS limit, very high limits. If you see, ATM withdrawal limit is 1 lakh per day. POS limit per day is 5 lakhs per day. Yeah, this purchase protection cover. Now this personal accident insurance cover. You have 10 lakhs. However, what is important thing which you need, again, this is the fine print, which you need to tell your customers. Again, we are trying to incentivize the customer. Please use the card. The card needs to be active and should have been used for either a POS or an e-commerce transaction in the last 90 days. Again, you see, a routine ATM cash withdrawal is not considered. So suppose today there has been, an accident, or there has been an accident and they come for a claim, and you see that the card has not been used. The first checkpoint is, has the card been used as a POS or an e-commerce transaction in the last 90 days? Yeah, and in case of death, so only if it is used, then only this will become, the customer will become eligible. The nominee will become eligible if there's been a death. If there's been no death, the customer will become eligible. Yeah, and the purchase protection also refers to the goods you purchased using your Axis Bank debit card secured from theft or damage in transit till 90 days. So it's not from other debit cards. So you bought something using some other bank's debit card, we are not going to cover it. So we will cover it in case there's been a theft or damage in transit and proof of cost, the insurance will then cover it. Yeah, okay, the next one. Yes, Saddam? Saddam?
Yes, ma'am. Already covered. Already covered.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Just hear me out. I'm sure, as we proceed, Krishna, I will come to you. Krishna and Isha, I will definitely come to you. Just let me quickly run through, because we have a, large number of slides still pending, and we have lots to come up with. And a good advantage of our debit card is for our priority customers is that they can design their card themselves. So they can, with a very small charge of 250 rupees plus GST, they can upload any image or avail of the gallery designs which are there on the Axis Bank website. They can go to www.axisbank.com/mydesign to personalize their debit card. How wonderful is that? Yeah, isn't that? And it's a very small cost. It's only 250 rupees plus GST. You see, the whole purpose, if you see in all of these offers which are there, what is purpose? What do you want the customer to feel? What do you want the customer to feel? Krishna, before I take your question, let me ask you a question. Krishna Pradhani?
Yes, ma'am.
All the offers that we have given our customers that we've been talking about, what is the purpose? What do we want the customer to feel?
हेलो मैम, और एक बार बोलिए मैम, क्या बोले?
Yeah, मैं पूछ रही थी कि I know you have a question, but before you ask a question, I'm asking a question. That we have talked so long about Epicure, we have been talking about Forex, we've talked about insurance, Edge Reward Points, Grab Deal, so many things. What is the whole purpose? Why are we offering these customers all this? Lounge access, discounts. What do you want the customer to feel?
For customer के लिए, for customer के easy going के लिए.
अच्छा, ठीक है.
Better service के लिए, कहीं में भी कोई भी तरफ से उसको कमी ना हो इस वजह से.
हाँ जी, ठीक है. हाँ, उनको लगे कि वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, लाइक संजय शॉल बहुत एकदम सही बताए हैं कि कस्टमर नीड्स टू फील प्रिविलेज्ड.
यस मैम.
अपने कार्ड वो खुद डिजाइन कर सकते हैं. कितने लोग अपने डेबिट कार्ड डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, कृष्णा? है ना?
हाँ, सभी लोग कर सकते हैं.
नहीं, मैं वही बोल रही हूँ, but this is a very small amount में आप अपने कार्ड to your own free will you are able to design that, and you have these different offers that we are offering you. High insurance cover, discounts इतने सारे हम लोग offers कर रहे हैं. हाँ, सब कुछ मिलाकर we want the customer, Sanjay, you're very correct, Krishna, you're very correct, कि we want the customer to feel comfortable, we want them to feel good, we want them to use the card, we want to make their life simple also. कृष्णा, आपका कोई क्वेश्चन था, आप पूछ सकते हो.
हाँ, इससे पहले आपने बताया था कि सेलेक्टेड एयरपोर्ट लॉन्चेस है, तो इसमें सेलेक्टेड एयरपोर्ट लॉन्चेस में कस्टमर को कैसे पता चला है कि कौन सा सेलेक्टेड एयरपोर्ट लॉन्चेस में है?
आप बताओगे उनको कृष्णा. ऑनलाइन में इट इज अवेलेबल है.
अवेलेबल है, ठीक है.
आप बैंक में आप जाके आप देखोगे उसमें ऑनलाइन में अवेलेबल है, तो आप उनको बताओगे कौन सी कौन से डोमेस्टिक लाउंज है जहां वो एक्सेस कर सकते हैं.
ठीक है.
ओके. Yeah, I'll come to you next. Isha, I will come to you, answer your question. Give me before we move on. Please park your questions. Don't think that I'm ignoring it. Just park your questions. Krishna, would you lower your hand, please, with your next one, please? Okay. Now, sometimes what happens is that as a customer, there's so many things we want to buy, but we may not have the money immediately, right? So what Axis Bank has done is we have tied up with select merchant outlets and e-retail portals so that the customer can avail of an EMI facility. अभी कभी लगता है ना बड़ा से एक फ्रिज ले लूं कि बड़ा से एक टीवी ले लूं, but sometimes maybe I have already made one purchase and I want to buy it, but because probably the merchant is offering discounts and it is summertime and it's winter time and there's discounts on air conditioners, but maybe I am a little short of cash right now. So what Axis Bank has done is Axis Bank has tied up with certain merchant outlets and e-retail portals, if you're actually purchasing something from there, you can avail of an EMI facility. So how does it go? And the loan amount can be anywhere between 5,000 to a lakh. The interest rate, if you see, it depends. Suppose let's assume you want to buy, Sony camera. Okay, a big, you love photography and it's been your dream and Sony is offering some discounts and you want to avail of that discount right now. Yeah, it's probably worth, say, about some 80,000, maybe a lakh. Yeah, so let's assume Axis has tied up with Sony. So you go to the Sony shop, you choose the camera that you want to purchase. And what you do is when you are checking out on the POS machine itself, Vidya, could you move to the next screen? Yeah. On the POS machine itself, it will give you an option whether you want to convert this sale into an EMI, right? And then you can opt for it. So depending upon the period, suppose you know that, okay, within 3 months is a good time for me. I'm going to get my bonus and I will be easily able to repay it. And that's for a short time. So then the purchase amount can be converted to an EMI facility for 3 months or 6 months or whatever. Yeah. So this is an offer which is available for our priority customers. And this offer is available not only at the merchant outlets, at the POS machines, but also at the e-commerce platforms. So when you are checking out again, so it is, again, please remember, it is not for all merchants. It is not for all e-commerce platforms. Wherever Axis Bank has tied up with, okay, only there where you will be able to do this. Yeah, and also a select products. ऐसा नहीं कि Sony का हर product you have an offer of EMI facility. No, it will not be that. So it depends. So when you are checking out whether on a merchant outlet or whether at the e-commerce platform, there you will be given the option whether you want to convert this sale into a EMI option. And then you are redirected to the payment page and if it's an online transaction, you're redirected to the payment page for authentication. And once the authentication is done, you are an EMI, everything is done on email and SMS. So you will be receiving how many months, what is the EMI needs to be paid, what is to be done, everything will be done. Yeah, so that's how it works. Okay, Isha, I'd love to take your question. Isha?
It was, yeah. It was regarding the purchase protection part.
Yeah.
So you told that there was if there is a certain theft in regard to the cards, then only it includes the online frauds, etc., which do happen sometimes by the mistake of
yes,
the customers.
So again, I don't want to, Isha, we will have a detailed session on debit and credit cards, right? We will be covering all this over there. Would you park your question and come back on that day? Yeah, just park your questions because time is always a constraint and we're running against time, right? Thank you, Isha. Do park your question and come back, right? Okay, anyone else? Vidya, I hand over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's move on in the discussion. When we were talking about KRAs and incentives, the previous session, we talked about KRAs in detail. And one of the ways in which we said that, you can improve your achievements in terms of your KRA achievements is making sure that you include some quality current accounts in your sourcing. And that is what we would want to highlight about here. Your current account proposition can be included as a part of the priority group of accounts. And that is what we would want you to remember. And when you're speaking to your customers, we would want you to have those conversations where you're checking with your customers. Are they businessmen? Do they hold any kind of business? What is the kind of accounts that they hold? Where are they banking with? We would want these conversations to happen for each relationship manager. Business is something wherein you will have a lot of opportunities, be it in terms of increasing your MDAP balances, be it in terms of cross-sell opportunities. You will have opportunities for maybe, offering loans. All those asset products can be offered to your customers. You have opportunities for credit cards. You can also sell them third-party products like life insurance, mutual funds, so on and so forth. So today, if an RM is smart, if an RM wants to achieve his KRAs quicker, he would be looking at business solutions that can be offered to your customers. And that is what we would want to stress upon here. Please make sure that when you're speaking to your customers, you inform the customers that current accounts can be grouped into the priority program. And once the current account gets grouped, you will have the flexibility of balance maintenance. So whatever is the eligibility of the program, that can be maintained. Today, one of the pain areas which every current account customer would empathize and would echo is the charges that he ends up paying on the non-maintenance fees. All the banks have their own set of charges which they charge for balances not maintained. And for Axis Bank customers whose current accounts are included into the priority banking program, you have the advantage of flexibility of balance maintenance. So just by maintaining the balance in their savings account, or for that matter across their current accounts, the customer's balance maintenance criteria is taken care of. He doesn't have to worry about non-maintenance charges that would get levied. And that is the biggest USP that you can capitalize on, especially when you're speaking to businessmen. So that is what we are talking about here. Today at Axis Bank, we have a very, very strong current account proposition, and we will be covering all the details in the current account session. But just to give you the highlights, these are conversations that you can have with your customers. Check with them where they're holding the accounts, explore the possibility if that current account can be moved to Axis Bank. All you require to do is ensure that the customer's savings accounts are with you and the current account can be included under the family banking program. Now, what is it that we are offering to current account customers? A host of solutions. Whatever they require, we can offer them, be it the cash credit facility, be it the loans overdraft facility, be it in terms of the CMS cash payment facilities, unsecured business loans, so on and so forth. Now, please understand, there's a lot of opportunity, especially in the case of or in the segment of current accounts. Balances that a current account customer keeps is 5 times on an average the balance that he would maintain in a savings account. And for you, the MDAP of the current account balances count. So as long as the current account is grouped into the priority family, you have the advantage of balances. So liabilities, which is your core KRA, which has the maximum weightage of 47.5%, if you can source some quality accounts, a lot of it benefit comes. You get added numbers. So today, when you're only looking at individuals, the scope is very, very limited. But you widen your horizon to include current accounts, you can imagine the scope that is available for you now. When you're sourcing one savings account customer, at max, you get the family relationship. So let's say 5 additional account holders. But let's say you twist it or you look into the current account space. Let's say I hold a partnership. I source a partnership account with 2 partners. So today my scope of accounts increases from 1 partner and 5 family members to 2 partners and 5 members each. So I'm looking at 10 accounts. So every segment of your KRA gets a benefit or a boost when you talk about current accounts. And that is why we would want you to focus here. All it requires is, yes, the constitutions are different, and depending upon the constitution you are interacting with, the paperwork, the documentation would vary. But one account you open, you get comfortable and everything falls through. You also have the advantage in current accounts that in case if you pass on the lead, you will not get full credit, but 50% of the credit can come your way. So all these things were covered in the KRA session, but this is just to reinforce and re-emphasize that why we are wanting to include current accounts also into the priority program. So today, make sure you have those conversations with the customer. Depending upon the choice of the customer can pick and choose the current account variant that he would want to go in for. Obviously, when we have the current account session, you will be understanding in detail what those various variants are in current accounts that Axis Bank is offering to the customers. You will also have a fair understanding of what are the features and benefits that come with every variant. But this is just for you to understand that this is a very, very important opportunity, which, in case if you don't capitalize, you might lose out on a whole world of opportunities. Look at a current account which you might have included who has an opportunity for trade finance and forex. So today you are not only lending to the business, but also your RFR targets are being met, your OCS targets are being met, you are speaking to the customer, you are getting opportunities for including their family members. So your account, your acquisition numbers are being met. Now, as long as your acquisition numbers are being met, obviously there's a scope of higher incentives for all the business that you do. So a lot of, close connect between current account sourcing and you meeting your numbers in terms of your KRAs and getting the incentives that are lined up for you. So today, how does the current account proposition works? You need to have the savings account relationship of the customer. All of us are working for the priority channel. So we need to ensure that these customers have their priority relationships with us. And in case if they have businesses, we can group them into the priority program. So grouping needs to be done. So every current account who you include into the priority program necessarily has to be grouped. And we also need to understand who is the key person in that current account. So today, when we are talking about a constitution like a sole proprietor, the sole proprietor becomes the key member. So I need to have the savings account of the sole proprietor. If it's a partnership, partners become the key members. So the key member needs to be identified. And the terminology that we use here in current accounts is key management person. So identify the key management person and ensure that the relationship of the key management person has a savings account with us, and we group that into the priority family. Now, other than public limited companies and tasks, all other constitution categories can be included and onboarded into the priority program. We saw the list of accounts in the KRA segment, which are the scheme codes that are applicable. So reiteration on the scheme codes, the current account scheme codes that are applicable for grouping. All you need to do is ensure the customer fills up the grouping form. You take the approvals for the current account to be included into the family banking program, and the customer enjoys the convenience. What is the convenience? The flexibility of balance. He doesn't have to worry about the non-maintenance charges. And you as a relationship manager have a comprehensive holding of the customer. You have the entire relationship that you manage, the savings account piece as well as the current account piece. And obviously, like I discussed before, the opportunities for cross-sell and so on. So these we will be covering in detail in the current account session that is happening tomorrow. Request you to be attentive and participative in that session so that your doubts and any kind of queries can be handled. In the meanwhile, before I move on, any questions that you would want to ask on current accounts quickly? Yes, Vishal, go ahead.
Ma'am, is it mandatory to open a person account for saving or current account? Both is mandatory for the Axis Bank.
Yes, because what happens is the customer has to be a priority customer. So unless you have a priority savings account customer, what will you write in the grouping form? The facility of current account grouping is being extended as a part of the priority proposition. So today, if you have a priority proposition, I'm extending the benefit of including your current account as well. So it is not a standalone current account will not help you. You would need to necessarily group it, which means you also need to have the savings account relationship. Is that clear, Vishal?
Some customers are not comfortable with opening these both the accounts. Some customers are comfortable with the other bank also, and the he or she looking for the only current account in the bank. So
Abhishek here. I'd just like to, emphasize on one point. See, the whole idea of adding, can you put yourself on mute, please? Yeah, okay, thanks. So the idea of trying to, when you look at your own map book, right, you have largely a map book which consists of customers, 250 to 300 odd customers in your overall portfolio. Now, when you look at your portfolio, you will realize that customers who maintain high balances in the account typically analyze customer profiles which are beyond 5 lakh rupees savings account balance, okay, with you, all the way extending to 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs and beyond, basically. When we look at this set of customers, on an average, every portfolio has close to about 50 to 60 high value clients. The profile of these customers are largely self-employed, okay, compared to the rest of the base, which could be a mix of salaried, housewife, homemakers, children, retired individuals, all of those categories, right? So when you look at these top 50, top 60 accounts, right, what we would want you to focus on is to try and see how you can deepen these relationships further. To help you deepen these relationships further in your own portfolio, we've given you a strengthened current account grouping facility by which you can not only acquire a new relationship, but also nurture those relationships as a family, basically, right? Now comes the second part of it, which may be that you have a new to bank customer, completely new to bank, which is what you are trying to emphasize upon, right? But I want to break that entire question into two parts. One, look at your existing map book, which already has 300 odd customers, 250, 300, depending on the portfolio. Here, the opportunity for you to deepen the portfolio from a savings account may be limited because the customer savings account is already available with you, right? So here is where you start getting inside his current account relationship. So when you meet customers, do make it a point to first check, understand the nature of his business. All right, understand what is the type of current account that he already enjoys with competition, right? Now he could be having a current account with maybe SBI, HDFC, ICICI, Kotak, wherever, right? What are the kind of transaction does he do in the current account? What is his nature of business? If it's a retailer, typically a retailer outlet would be heavy on EDC cash related transactions, deposits, cash, or mobile POS transactions, basically. So the services that he may require with you, I'm giving an example of a neighboring retail outlet. Let's understand that retail outlet is maybe a large shoe shop, for example. So a shoe shop, for example, what will he have? Either customers are buying products in cash, one. So he's holding a lot of cash, which he will have to deposit into the bank account, one. Number two is that he's doing credit card based transactions, which are all done on EDC machines. Or he may be having some Google Pay or POS facility by which the accounts, the customers are directly scanning the QR code and debiting or crediting the accounts of the, the current account of the firm. So depending on that, you will have to tailor a solution for this guy, right? And that tailoring will require you to understand what is that within the current account scheme codes. What do we offer? What are the kind of balances? So for one of the most important question when you go to a customer should be that what is the kind of average balances that you maintain currently in your this thing. He may ask you a question, why do you want to know this, right? But your opt or your prompt response to that should be that, to help provide you the best account, which will take care of your requirement. That's why I need this information, right? So get some 3-4 important information from your existing customer. Number one, try and understand who's he banking with. Number two is what are the kind of services that he enjoys on that particular current account. Number three is that when I say services, I meant by it could be even like somebody may say that I have a working capital relationship. I have a term loan with this bank. I have ODCC limits out here. So he may be enjoying some certain credit facilities, that kind of service as well. right? You may meet some brokers, for example. Now, when I go to Mumbai, Fort area, a lot of Fort branches, typically, in and around that catchment area, a lot of stockbrokers are there. Now, those stockbrokers and chartered account typically want to manage their clients' portfolios. So when they're managing their client portfolios, they need specific accounts that cater to only that requirement, whereby they can create transactional accounts for their customers, right? So there are certain key defined products and services which the current account team offers, right? Similarly, there could be a situation where retailers are wanting to pay their GST. So what is the solution that we have for GST and tax payment related? So we'll cover that part. I mean, in tomorrow's current account session. So don't worry upon that aspect of it. What I want you to understand is that how the current account proposition strengthens the overall value prop that you go out in the market with, right? Now, savings account will give you a 2 lakh average quarterly balance when you source a new to bank current account. But provided you have a high value customer, and typically I'm talking about a priority base, the AQB can go upwards of 10 lakh rupees, right? Which means that on a current account, right? So which means that it's 5 times more powerful to source a current account than to just source a regular savings account. And you will get the same points, you will get the same business credit. You will enjoy the MDAP that the customer maintains on his current account, and that will get grouped under family banking. So in your portfolio, you will see that balance build-up happening much, much faster. I'll give you certain examples. A few of the RMs that are active on current accounts and constantly go in the market and source both new to bank customers and work on their ETB book. The jump in their portfolio, let me take 2 examples. A RM who does not work incrementally grows his portfolio by about 20-25%. All right. From 100, it will go down to 120 basically, or 125. That's the range in which they operate. But when you work with a current account, you will see an instant gain of close to between 50 to 75% jump on your MDAP. 50 to 75% jump on your MDAP. That means if today you are doing 100, you will start doing 175 next year. That's the quantum leap. That's the power that a current account holds when you group this under family banking. Now coming to your specific question, which is you may interact with a customer who might say that, I don't want to open a current account, a savings account with you. I'll open a current account, but not a savings account. This is only new to bank because your ETB book is already having a savings account with us, right? Now, when you go and approach your NTB customer, please make sure that you don't deny him the offer, basically. Open the current account and pursue him to open a savings account later. What will happen is that initially you may not get business credit in terms of points, in terms of MDAP, but as you pursue the customer and convince him to open a savings account with you or a family member's account along with you and group that account along with the current account, you will be able to see that benefit come through later. Ideally, as a bank, we want his entire relationship to come to bank with us and keep us as primary banker, right? So that's why we've been given this particular feature has been given to you. Making sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So overall, you have there is a process flow in terms of opening of the accounts. Basically, one, why the account should be opened, which is why I explained it to you. How you should open these accounts is, once you do the current account documentation, we'll cover that in detail tomorrow. Also, in terms of the grouping part of it, so there is a current account grouping form that is available. Number 2 is you will have to raise the OS, there is a predefined format in which you will have to raise the OS. Vidya will share that with you. Also, you can, we will send out the entire presentation deck to you so that you'll be able to access it. Okay. So pretty standard, simple steps for that. But yes, you may not be aware about how to raise an OS. We'll take you through a separate session which will cover that entire OS piece out. Okay. So if you do have any other questions related to this proposition benefits, you can shoot that out to me, or I'll try and explain it right away on call. There is Surinder Singh, of course. I don't know if he has his hand up still. Surinder, hi.
Hi, sir. Sir, actually, my question is, if somebody has an account in our bank already, or we have just opened an account in our bank by the funding of 2 lakh rupees, and he or she or somebody want to open, even we are influencing him to open his current account as well for us for in our bank. And can we open that account if somebody has partner in the accounts, like the person is totally separate or totally different from the account that we have in the account? Like A is having a saving account in our bank, and A has a also firm in which the B, the partner of A, is totally different. Can we open that partnership account in this category, like in family grouping, like these kind of things?
So I didn't understand your question. Maybe you didn't articulate it correctly. Or let me put it that way. For the current account to open, number one criteria should be that the persons who are there in terms of the constitution. Let's look at what constituents are there. If you say it's a sole proprietorship, which means the current account, the person who's a sole proprietor should also have a current savings account individually with us. So grouping is possible. So A and A both have an account. This is one case. This is the easy one, right? Look at the second scenario. Second scenario is what? You have partnership. A and B are partners. A has a savings account with you in the bank. It can be grouped. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
All right. But now comes C, private limited company.
Right, sir.
Private limited company, 3 directors are there in the company. All right. A, B, and C. A or B or C have a current account with a savings account with us. You can group them under this thing. Making sense?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Let's understand situation which you may be asking. I'm not sure if that question was that way. Is that A and B, there are 3 partners, A, B, and C. And D has a savings account and you want to group it. That's not possible.
Okay, that is my question, sir.
No, not possible. Not possible.
Fine.
It has to be the KMPs, basically key management personnel, basically for that particular account. All right.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Vidya, back to you.
All right. Thank you. So moving on, I would want, since there's a paucity of time, and believe me, friends, we are having a session on current accounts tomorrow. So all those queries can be addressed in that session. Would want to look at all the additional added features that Priority Banking has to offer. And one of the key features and the highlights of our priority proposition is the family banking program. So let's understand this family banking program. Other features, we have benefits for senior citizens. We also have benefits on Axis Direct accounts, wherein there is 0 account opening fees on your Axis trading account, Demat account. The first year is free, and subsequently you have a 25% discount on the Demat accounts and so on. So let's look at these added complementary offerings that we have on the priority program, starting with the family banking program. One of the key highlights of the priority program is today you can include your family members at a reduced IP, and we have seen that in the KRA with as low as 50,000 as the account opening check. You can have your family members included, and once they are grouped into the family banking program, all the people in the priority account will be in the priority proposition will be enjoying the benefits of the priority program. So here what we are saying is 5 additional family members can be included into the family banking program. Now, who are these members and what are the relationships? We are looking at blood relatives here. So father, mother, son, daughter, son's wife, daughter's husband, brother, sister. These are the key relationships that can be included into the family banking program. Once they get included into the family banking program, the 2 key features that I would want to reiterate is A, the funding has to happen and the grouping into the family banking program has to happen for these members to enjoy the benefits of family banking. Now, this brings in a lot of comfort for the customer because with the same value that he needs to maintain for the priority proposition, he is also getting the benefits of his added family members being included into the program. And all of them enjoy the same benefits as the primary member. So this is something that can be a USP when we speak to our customer that today, sir, if you're maintaining a savings account balance of 2 lakh in your priority savings account, at no extra cost, you can include 5 more family members into the account. And slowly and gradually, you can source these additional family members and then keep building balances on these accounts as well. It is an easy way to reach out to the members to increase the deepening, enhance the relationship that you have with your MAP customers or for that matter, the new customers that you're onboarding. We need to also understand that today when you are including family members who are already holding relationships with Axis Bank, existing Axis Bank customers, automatically once they are grouped into family, the relationship would then be a part of the priority program. And that is what we would want you to understand, that these customers, irrespective of whatever scheme codes they would have been earlier holding, now would be grouped as a part of family and their accounts would get automatically upgraded. However, there are certain exclusions in terms of the ASAP accounts, the basic savings account, the small savings account, which cannot be converted into the priority program because these are basically low value accounts that are there for the lowest segment of people. So apart from these accounts, all the other accounts can be grouped and included into the priority account. Once the family banking program is effective, the customer's flexibility of balance is available and all the members in the family banking group will be enjoying the same benefits as the primary priority customer. So that is something that you can speak to in terms of family banking. We also would want to talk about the service promise that we would want to tell our customers. Today, relationship banking is what priority banking is all about. And when we talk about relationship banking, it is also important to understand that customers are looking for faster, speedier, efficient services from us. So when we are talking about servicing, we would want to make sure that we would fulfill the service promise as well. And that is what we have captured here on this slide, where we are giving an upfront promise to the customer, a T+24-hour service promise that we are offering on the retail liability side for a set of select service requests. Now, all the service requests that are highlighted on the slide, be it the address change or the updation of email ID or a nominee addition, modification, and so on, all these select service requests, we assure the customer, we promise the customer that we will execute and fulfill in T+24 hours. Now, that is what we are saying. So it's not just for namesake that we have named it priority, but we also want to demonstrate through our actions, through our service delivery, that the customer gets speedier services. So we have a service promise of T+24 hours on the liability side. Similarly, we have a T+48 hours promise on the retail asset side. Now, retail assets, again, there are select service requests that we will be giving that assurance on, and that is what we are highlighting here. Maybe a request for a statement, a change in email ID, a revalidation of draft, closure of shares, increase in tenure, a rate of interest change, reversal or waiver of charges, so on and so forth. So for these said number of service requests, be it on the liability side or on the asset side, we are assuring and promising a customer T+24 or T+48 hour promise. Please be mindful that when we talk about a 48-hour or a 24-hour service delivery, it is obviously when we are in receipt of the service request from the customer, and the T+48 hours obviously would not count any kind of public holiday that comes in between. So working days is what we are assuring our customer, and we can definitely go out and promise a speedier and faster and efficient TAT in terms of his service request as well. All right, I see a hand raised by Isha. Isha, a question from your side? Isha, if you can unmute as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, I was asking about the family banking concept which we have here with
Yes,
priority
yes.
banking. So, my question was in regard to the maintenance of the account balances. So, do all the members are grouped and they jointly have to maintain the AQB, or the primary member has to maintain the AQB and the rest?
In fact, that is a choice that is left to the customer. In fact, the very next slide is how we are maintaining the eligibility of the program. So today, if the customer is maintaining, let's say only in the primary account holder's account, the balance of 2 lakhs, then all the other account holders need not independently maintain 2 lakhs. What we are saying is, as a group, as a family, the customer needs to maintain a balance of 2 lakh in the savings account. So whether it is independent in one savings account or spread across, or the balance is spread across the entire family, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we want the customer to maintain the eligibility criteria of the proposition. And here again, depending upon the type of accounts that are grouped in the family banking program, we have the opportunities there. So if it's a grouping of savings and current account, the requirement for the priority proposition is an AQB of 4 lakhs. Or if it is a customer's choice of a TRV, the customer can also maintain balances, a total TRV of 15 lakhs across savings account, current account, term deposits, and mutual funds. So sometimes customers are generally reluctant that, I don't want to block an amount in a savings account or a current account. If so, the entire value can be held in a term deposit, and that is fine by us. So a TRV of 15 lakhs maintained in a term deposit or in the form of a mutual fund, again, would be sufficient for us. So it is entirely on the individual customer to decide how he wants, and those are the opportunities and the alternatives that are available for the customer in terms of balance maintenance. He can also hold it across investments. So maybe a TRV of 50 lakhs, the customer is holding across savings, current account, term deposits, mutual funds, and DMAT. So if that is the case, even then the customer can be onboarded into the priority program. So these opportunities and these alternatives need to be shared with the customer. So at any point in time, the customer has control in deciding how he wants to get onboarded into the priority program, and there are alternatives placed in front of him so that he can decide where and how he wants to maintain the balances. We also can onboard a priority salary account customer, and here the expectation is the customer has a salary credit of a minimum of 1 lakh and above on a monthly basis for him to become a priority salary account customer. So these are the options here in terms of the eligibility of the customer. The options in terms of account opening are also varied. So here we have the account opening, which is the fastest and the quickest way, which is through a video KYC. In 4 simple steps, the customer can open an online account. And here, if you would remember your KRAs, you have added points, multiplier points coming your way for the method in which you open an account. So the digital ways of opening the account through a video KYC or a BYOD will fetch you more points as against a regular physical account opening that you do. So some alternatives here in terms of account opening, alternatives here, opportunities here in terms of balance maintenance also being provided to the customer.
Isha, Abhishek here, and the team. See, what's most important is that when you're talking to your portfolio of your customer, right? Whenever you're talking to any customer within your portfolio, keep in mind that every family, right, has multiple people in the entire relationship. Who are these people? Number one is the account. Let's consider, I mean, if you are an account holder with me in Axis Bank, Isha is an account holder with me in Axis Bank. Then Isha's parents also are potential for me. One. Isha's grandparents also could be potential with me. All right. Similarly, Isha's brother could be other family members. So if I have to maximize my ability to grow my map book, see, the whole idea is what are enablers that are available to you as an RM to grow your map book. If you sense that, say, for example, I am able to get only a couple of lakhs from Isha, maybe 1,50,000, and the minimum TRV that is required is 2 lakh rupees, then all I need to do is try and focus and understand that does are there other family members within Isha's, family who could give me additional funds by basis which I can have the balances of Isha go up? That's something that you need to gauge. Now, who are these sets of people? It could be, now, if you look at senior citizens, for example, we do provide 2 unique benefits to the senior citizens, right? So, for example, you should definitely pitch number 1 is the higher fixed deposit rates, 1. Number 2 is in terms of the discounts that the customer can enjoy on diagnostic laboratories, diagnostic health checkups. Number 2 is in terms of the, number 3 in terms of the discounts that they can get on Apollo pharmacies, right? So that proposition benefit will appeal to a senior citizen, right? Number 3 could be with respect to look at, so when you address senior citizens, then you should try and address other family members as well. All right. For example, it could be his wife, it could be his brother or sister, who may be also maybe working or any other profession, depending on what they do. All of these accounts, when you group them, right, all of them will get to enjoy the benefits of priority banking. So what I would do as a customer is, first of all, look at the bank account statement of the customer. Analyze the transaction, look at who is he transferring money to. You will realize the moment you look at a bank account, you will see, for example, if you analyze my bank account, I constantly send money to my wife's account who banks with HDFC, for example. All right. Now, if I get that account relationship, that means the money that is currently outflowing from the Axis account to HDFC would eventually stay here with Axis Bank itself. 1. Number 2 is also gauge what are the services the family members are enjoying with other bankers, right? And if you feel that the proposition is very ordinary with the other bank, then you have a stronger, proposition that you can position to the customer. Yeah. Thereby, you will start seeing much larger wallet share coming to you as an RM, right? It helps you to address 2 important things. When I spoke about current accounts, it helps you to address how do you do large volume buildup. But family banking helps you to edge out smaller customers who are stuck in that 1,50,000, 1,80,000 or 1,20,000 range. And by opening other family members, you can increase the TRV to 2 lakh rupees, right? And it also will help you in terms of getting higher NOA points. I mean, in the sense to accomplish your targets. But what happens is if you source it on a lower IP of 50,000 rupees, then you will get lower points as well, right? So try and see if you can gauge the relationship size rightly, because I believe that a customer who has the capacity to keep 2 lakh as an individual, possibly his wife, family members are also working, maybe running their own business. And when you try and get their relationships, not only will you, do a much better service at the end of the day, but you'll also be able to quickly jump your balances up significantly. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, Abhishek.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Saurabh, your question?
Ma'am, if a customer is a salaried and his wife is having a priority savings account, can this account be linked to family banking?
So the customer is a salaried customer holding a salary relationship with Axis Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
And for him to get, so the wife is an existing priority customer?
Yes, ma'am. She's having a savings account, but the husband is having priority salary account. So can we link it to family banking?
Yes, so the wife can be included into the family banking proposition.
So the
because
average maintenance.
Yeah, because for salary account customers, the salary credit that we are expecting is any salary account customer getting a credit of 1 lakh and above will be treated as a priority salary account customer.
Yes, ma'am. But like if we do the family banking of these 2 customers, so if lady is having 0 balance in his account, so they'll not be charged for anything?
No, there are no charges that are levied on priority banking customers. So no quarterly maintenance charges are levied on your priority accounts. Yes. Shipra?
Ma'am, I have questions on the debit card on the domestic launch. If the client have a 3 months old from the Axis, so they joined the Axis Priority account and they are not using debit card till now. Is he eligible for the domestic launches?
I did not follow. The customer is a priority customer. He holds a priority debit card. He can use the priority debit card to access the airport lounge. So wherever is the eligible airport lounges, he can definitely use the...
Any criteria for their launch, use the domestic launch for the transaction?
No, I did not follow your question, Shipra. Are you asking me whether the customer can use the domestic airport lounge facility? The answer is yes.
After using the debit card, yeah, without active the debit card, any
Today, the
transaction
customer will have to validate the debit card when he wants to enter the priority whenever he has to use the airport lounge facility. So the card has to be working. The card has to be a priority debit card, which will get validated at the airport lounge before he is given access. So just park your question. We are coming to the airport lounge feature, and maybe that would be better explained there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Gira, go ahead. Your question.
I would just like to have one clarification. Like if there is one portfolio customer, maybe I would say a wife's account is with me and her husband's account is other priority RM. Then is it possible that if I could take and make a family grouping?
So both the individual accounts are mapped to individual RMs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then you will not be able to take the other relationship without the consent of the other RM, no? So if the wife's relationship is with you and maybe the husband's relationship is with me and both of us are priority customers, you cannot group the other customer without my consent, right? I am the other RM who is holding the relationship.
Okay.
So unless you have the consent of the other RM, you will not be able to migrate or onboard the customer. So the name would have to be deleted from his book for it to get mapped to your book, right?
Okay, done. Thank you.
Yes. Sadashiv?
Yeah, how to do actually the family grouping, madam? Because recently I tried this, your family ID itself is not there. So how to actually make the grouping of family?
So today, when you have to group the family, you will have to make the account holder, complete the account opening process and fill up the family grouping form. So there is a form that needs to be filled up wherein you will say that this is the person and that is the family ID that you need to group. So there's a grouping form that needs to accompany your family banking accounts. So the family ID needs to be captured, the family grouping form needs to be filled up, and then the grouping happens. So wherein you will indicate who is the primary customer in whose family ID you are including the accounts that are getting opened.
So then when I'm opening a second account, then I need not take the IP amount. I can openly mention the group ID and can open the account.
You will have to take the IP amount in every account opening scenario. So IP is required even for family banking. But the advantage is it can be a reduced IP of 50,000. So it can't be a zero balance account. Once the account is grouped to family, the customer has the flexibility of balance maintenance. He need not maintain independently in each and every account a balance, if that is what your question is. But for account opening, an IP will be required, even for family banking accounts.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Aniket? Yeah, go ahead.
My AQV of 2 lakh.
Yes, go ahead.
Maybe someone. They asked it me. Contain 2 lakh in quarter. What?
Sorry, are you asking? It's an average quarterly balance of 2 lakh that needs to be maintained. Yes.
Yes. But some customer is suppose want to know how much amount can they keep for the some quarter, for that they can't they do not charge, because suppose we have divided 2 lakh into divided by 90, it comes around 2,200 something.
The customer needs to understand that it is an average quarterly balance. So how the customer can easily maintain is keeping a balance of 2 lakh in the account. The customer doesn't have to worry about the calculations. If the customer's balances fluctuate, then we will have to ensure that the average balance for 90 days comes to 2 lakh and above.
Actually, my question is that customer show me that calculation. If we divided 2 lakh by 90 days, it will come around 2,220.
So the average has to be 2 lakh and above, na?
That is my question. How can I tackle this question? Actually, I'm confused here.
I'm still not able to understand what is the confusion.
I can explain him, ma'am.
Okay, Saddam, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Every day end of day balance divided 90 is equal to AQB.
Okay, over a quarter. Yes, quarterly average. That is how we'll calculate. Correct. Day end balances are totaled up for 90 days divided by 90.
Customer is opening account 1st of Jan 2023. 1st of Jan 2023 to 31st of March 2023 divided 90 is equal to AQB.
Has to be 2 lakh and above. Correct.
Yeah.
Aniket, I hope that satisfies. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And one more is clearing family banking. Because if we do the family banking through, can it be counted to our? There is also part of number of customer.
No, Aniket, I'm not able to follow you. The audio is a little poor. What exactly is the question?
We can family banking through mobile app also.
Okay.
Then it is accountable to our incentive calculator or not, ma'am?
So all accounts opened through online mode.
No, account ma'am, not for account. I'm asking for family banking. Family banking.
What in family banking? What in family banking?
If we group a family member through mobile app, customer's mobile app, because there is an option for grouping of customer in family banking through mobile app.
Okay.
It will be counted or not? No, for our incentive calculator, there is a carry for parameter for grouping of number of family member grouped in a family.
Correct. There is a parameter of grouping. Yes. So what you're saying is the customer himself is grouping his family member through mobile banking.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So if the customer is mapped to you, if the primary account holder is mapped to you, the credit would also come to you. But I would prefer Abhishek responding to that. Abhishek? Abhishek, are you around?
Yeah, I'm there with you.
Aniket has set up a scenario where a customer is doing the grouping online using his mobile banking.
Yeah.
So it is the customer doing the grouping.
Yeah, he can do the grouping basically. That's not a problem. He can create a family ID. In case it depends what you want to group along with basically. So that part of it you should. I mean, if it is to do with current account, you will have to do separately. It can't be done. This is the customer's instruction himself, basically.
All right. Yeah. So a couple of questions are still remaining. Quickly, if you can have those questions asked. Yes, Mohammed Zaid.
Yeah, can you please share this eligibility criteria ka PPT with me on mail if possible?
It is available on your LMS as well. So before you will come for session, you will have to clear the priority banking proposition tomorrow. So everything is loaded onto the LMS. Please go through the modules.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yes. Saddam Hussain, Shubham and Sahil are the people with the questions still left. If not, please lower your hands.
How many customers can be tagged in priority grouping?
5 additional family members can be grouped into the priority program.
Okay.
Sahil? I'm not getting any question. Let me quickly move ahead and talk about the other benefits of the priority program. So we saw who the priority customer is, what is the profile of the priority customer, and this is what we are talking about here. Today, when we talk about a priority account, a priority customer is definitely looking for superior services. He is looking for faster solutions. He is looking for better products. He's looking for a dedicated relationship manager, all of it which is coming into the priority proposition as an offering for the customer. So today, when we talk about a priority customer, we are providing him preferential banking services. We are making him feel special. We are offering him a life finer of banking, lifestyle upgrade. We are offering him. We are offering him finer banking services. Today, when we are talking about banking benefits, a lot of banking benefits and offers are coming to his way because we are giving him processes, systems that are easy to use. We have talked about digital banking. We are talking about a dedicated relationship manager available at his beck and call. We are looking at making banking convenient for him. We are looking at making banking flexible and efficient for him. And at the same time, we are offering these services not only to him, but we are also extending the proposition to his family members as well. So be it the family banking program or the current account piece where we can have his current accounts also grouped and tagged into the family bank, into the priority program. So a lot of benefits coming for the customer in terms of the expectations being met. Lifestyle benefits, which we talked about in terms of the edge reward programs, discounted benefits, the pricing benefits on his Forex transactions, remittances, travel cards, and so on. So when we talk about a priority banking customer, you would want to make sure that you profile the customer correctly. And these are some ways in which we can identify whether the customer that you're speaking to is a priority or is eligible to be given a priority proposition. And these are some parameters that you can look at. For example, a person who's a salaried or a self-employed person, like we discussed in the previous slide, any customer who's a salaried customer who's earning a net salary of 1 lakh and above can be looked at being offered a priority proposition. A businessman who can keep those balances of, let's say, 4 lakhs, because savings account, current account put together requires a CASA balance of 4 lakhs. If a customer can maintain those balances, the customer can be eligible for a priority account. The type of accounts that he is holding. A lot of our customers are holding such competition relationships and similar account variants with competition banks. So if that is the kind of account that the customer is holding, let's say he's holding a Kotak Privy or maybe an ICICI Titanium kind of account, we can offer a priority account to this customer. By understanding what are the cards that he uses, or whether his house is, whether it is owned, self-owned or not, or what is the kind of car that he's driving. So these are all indicators for us to understand whether we are onboarding the right segment of customer into the priority program. And it helps us meet the other opportunities that we have in terms of customer engagement, of cross-sell, of deepening, and so on, and sourcing other family accounts and so on. We would want to make sure that every customer is eligible to maintain the balances in a comfortable fashion. So any customer who has an annual income which is in the range of 15 lakhs to 45 lakhs per annum would be in a position to maintain the balances comfortably, and we can look at deepening those balances, enhancing those balances as well. So any priority customer, that is the income range that you would be looking at. Whether the customer has investments, because we would also want to move beyond the savings account. We would also want to look into deepening the relationship through his investments. So those are opportunities for you, whether the customer has loans with other banks, whether the customer has investments with other banks, which we would then want to move and make Axis Bank as the primary relationship. So the customer profiler is a very good way to identify the right set of customers that you're speaking to and look at opportunities of migrating these customer accounts from competition banks to our accounts, to our bank, to Axis Bank. You also have a customer who's a frequent traveler. And here again, when you look at the various benefits of priority banking, you can figure out which benefit matches what kind of customer that you're interacting with. Someone who's interested in dining, shopping, travel can be offered the complimentary airport lounge feature. You can talk about the Edge reward points, the Epicure membership that you can talk about. So in the priority feature, in the priority program itself, there are a host of features that you can speak and engage with customers on. We would want to talk about the airport lounge access. And here again, when we talk about it is a domestic airport lounge access that is available across 17 cities and 25 airport lounges is what we cover. What the customer simply needs to do is, if he wants to avail of the airport lounge access, he carries the priority debit card and validates or authorizes the card for access. Once that access is provided, he can enjoy the free food and beverages. He can spend some time in the airport lounge completely complimentary. And this today is the need of the hour, because a lot of our customers who are frequent travelers, they would want to have the access to a complimentary airport lounge, which is coming to them completely free. Just because he's a priority customer, he gets the advantage of the complimentary airport lounge. Today, when we talk about a complimentary airport lounge, he gets 2 visits per quarter on his card, and that is something that he would want to have. And on top of that, if he has a priority, he has a privilege credit card, then that again gets multiplied. So instead of 8 visits in a year, he gets access to 16 complimentary airport lounge access. And that is how you would want to cross-sell opportunities for the customer to maximize how is it that he can use the benefits and offers coming his way through the priority account. Similarly, we have locker discounts available for the customer. Any customer who wants to have a locker facility can enjoy a 50% lifetime discount on small and medium-sized lockers and 25% discount on large and extra large lockers. And this lockers, if you would see, is a commodity that is always in short supply. Today, it is so easy for our priority customer to be offered a lifetime discount. As long as they are a member of the priority family, their locker rentals would be at a 50% discount for small and medium-sized lockers, or 25% discount on their large and extra large lockers. And the simplicity of this is today, the customer himself can pick and choose where he wants to hold the locker. He can track for himself through the mobile banking app whether there is a locker availability, and if so, he can apply for the same through the digital route also. The advantage over locker discount is if they are a family banking customer, they get an additional 10%. So net, your locker discount moves to 60% and 35% respectively if you're a part of the family banking group. And this is again a sizable discount and industry first, so to say, where very few banks or practically no other bank is offering such kind of a discount, right? So that is the locker discount proposition that is available on the part of our priority proposition. Here we also have a screen grab of how a customer can avail of a locker facility through the Axis mobile app. All he needs to do is figure out where he wants to hold the locker, check for the availability. And as long as the locker is available, he can apply for the same online and he can avail of the locker facility. So these are ways, innovative ways, offers that Axis Bank is offering to our priority customers. Let me quickly run through all the other offers as well, and then maybe I can take up the questions. We also have discounts on movie tickets, and this is a 25% instant discount that is available for the customer when he books his movie tickets through the Book My Show portal. A lot of our customers, practically every one of us spending our weekends, spending our holidays off going to the movies, and movies is an expensive proposition. Dining out is an expensive proposition. And this is where our Axis priority account comes into place, where we get those upfront discounts. substantial discounts today. 1/4 of your bill, practically 25% off on your movie tickets is a sizable reduction on your cost, savings that is coming your way. On top of that, today you also have a limit of 350 rupees that is available for you today at any point in time. If you have a discount that is available of 350, you can avail of these discounts, additional 60 rupees on food and beverages. So that is the benefit here. As long as you have not exhausted the discount cap of 350 rupees, you can avail 25% discount on your movie tickets. Now, what needs to be noted here is this is primarily only on movies and not on events. So the Book My Show portal will also have a lot of offerings in terms of events. So the discounts are applicable only for tickets that are booked in the Book My Show, movie tickets that are booked through the Book My Show portal using your priority debit card. The dining discount talks about our partnership with partner restaurants where you will be getting the discounts on dining. And here what we are talking about is a maximum up to 20% discount on select partner restaurants. Whenever the customer wants to opt for this discount, before the bill is presented, he would want to show his priority debit card and ask for the discount on the final bill. Certain things that you would need to remember is there are certain dates where these blackout dates where these discounts would not be applicable. And those dates are those dates like your 14th of February, your Christmas, 25th of December, 31st December, so on and so on. Other than these dates, the offers are running throughout the year, and whichever are the partner restaurants that we have, the customer can enjoy a discount on up to 20% discount on dining as well. Again, it is available only on a la carte mode and it is not available on group booking. So these are certain things that you would want to tell your customers or educate your customers in terms of dining discounts. We touched upon senior citizens, and senior citizens here are a huge part of the mapped book. We have certain benefits for senior citizens, and the benefits for senior citizens here talk about any person who is 57 and above can be offered a priority savings account, and he is eligible for a senior citizen ID card. Now, what are the benefits for senior citizens? The senior citizens get a 15% discount on their medicines that are booked at Apollo pharmacies. They also get a 20% discount on health checkups for pathology and imaging tests. And these are expenses that, usually get incurred by senior citizens quite frequently. They have medicines that they need to spend on, and here we are getting a discount on medicines. They keep getting their health checkups done, and here you're offering a 20% discount. Over and above that, we are also giving them a senior citizen ID card. Now, this senior citizen ID card can be produced by them for availing faster, quicker services. So today, if a senior citizen comes in, he any which ways gets priority for his transactions at the branch, and he will also get these discounts when he's going for these health checkups, when he's availing for discounts for Apollo pharmacies, so on and so forth. Now, what is the benefit of a senior citizen card? It carries all vital information about the senior citizen, and it is a card that is being offered complimentary by Axis Bank. All you need to do is follow the process for the senior citizen to get the senior citizen ID card. So there's a small little process which includes a form that is filled up by the customer, the senior citizen, where essential details like name, age, the bank account number, his personal details like the blood group, allergies, emergency contact details, and so on are captured. All you need to do is fill up the form, put up the details in Saksham, in the application tool called Saksham under the SSO single sign-on. You fill up the details, load the form, fill up the details, and the physical form needs to be couriered to the address of Navi Mumbai Axis Bank onboarding collateral and logistics address, and the customer would be sent across the senior citizen ID card through courier. So by default, it goes to the customer mailing address unless specifically requested by the bank. So this again is a handy feature for the customer because he feels nice that a senior citizen ID card has been issued by Axis Bank. Over and above, also the other benefits include the preferential pricing in terms of fixed deposits, which the customers have. And today, if you were to do a peer-to-peer comparison, Axis Bank fixed deposits rates are one of the best in terms of the industry rates. So those are the benefits coming in for senior citizens. Other complementary services that we see for across the priority program is they have enhanced limits for their transactions. So be it the ATM limit of 1 lakh withdrawal or your shopping limits of 5 lakhs. So you have higher transaction limits on ATMs. You have unlimited drafts, pay orders, checkbook. You have 7 free cash transactions of 5 lakhs, whichever is breached earlier in a month. So these are all added features that come with the priority program. We also have debit card features, which we would want to reiterate quickly, all that which we discussed earlier. So reiteration of how we have a very strong debit card offering, which comes with the priority program. We have the issuance fees waived off for your debit card. We have the issuance fees waived off for the privileged credit card as well. And an opportunity to have the same reverse, which we saw in the discussions earlier on the credit card piece. We also would want to reiterate the benefits of senior citizen. So all the complementary benefits that a senior citizen enjoys in terms of higher rates, discounts on diagnostic centers, Apollo pharmacies available for senior citizens, and the relationship pricing in terms of your Axis Direct and Demat account, which we talked about. So on the whole, if you see the entire priority program is a very strong proposition, which we can put in front of our customers, those who are banking with multiple competition banks. And here you can use this kind of a comparison to have a healthy discussion with your customer to figure out where they are banking with, what are the kind of benefits that they enjoy. And if you see a comparison between, our product vis-a-vis ICICI, HDFC and Kotak, a clear-cut advantage and edge that we have in terms of for the price and for the amount that they keep with us, our proposition supersedes the others very, very clearly. Be it in terms of lifestyle benefits or in terms of transaction benefits, the balance maintenance that they have to maintain or the initial deposit that we are expecting. We are offering much, much more to our customers as a part of the priority program as compared to our competition. All it requires you is understanding all the individual parameters or benefits of priority program and putting it in front of the customer in a manner that brings in the wow factor, creates a feeling of a privilege for the customers that he is the chosen one who is being offered this proposition, and it comes with a range of benefits. And to help you do this well, your sales pitch better, we also have a lot of sales collaterals that are coming your way. So you have the audio visual. So it's not just speaking to customers. We would want your pitch to also involve the priority audio visual. You can take it. It's a very curated video that can be shown to customers. And that brings in that wow element. It aids your conversations. So use that effectively. You have the product pitch, you have the leaflets, brochures, one-pagers, all of this available at your branches. If not, you can always download it from your tools like the Priority Lighthouse, or maybe indent for these sales collaterals through the Rishta P2P portal and use that effectively in your conversation. These are things that you can leave behind with the customer. Many a time customers wants to also see for himself what is it that he's getting into, what are the program offerings, and these things help you. The RM visiting card also has been specifically curated. So it gives an element of finesse. It brings in, a quality in terms of the cards that you are using. So make sure all of you all have also indented for your cards and hand it across to your customers when you're visiting them. The priority welcome kit is also specifically curated and designed in such a manner that, it brings about that feeling of wow, or, the feeling of opulence when you are speaking to your customer, when the customer receives the kit. So as a bank, the bank is trying to do everything which aids you to sell the priority proposition, pitch the priority proposition better to your customers. Please make good use of it. And we would want you to be very, very careful when you're speaking and handing across cards to your customers, and when you're using your emails to correspond with your customers. Use the standardized email signature. This is how your signature should look, which talks about, you know, your name, your the department or the division that you belong to, which is priority banking, your address with your telephone details, and the people that you report into. So you have the service relationship manager, who's your assist, the service RM, the branch relationship head, and the branch head particulars. So today, when you're corresponding with customers, we would want you to follow this standardized RM signature model so that the customer knows who the mail has come from and who are the people in the bank that he can reach out to in case if you're not available. So that's why the contact information of the service RM, the branch relationship head, the branch head becomes extremely critical. We would want to make sure that this is handled by you correctly and, you know, gives that kind of impact and presence when you're speaking to customers. Right. So now let me take those questions quickly. Yes, Saddam has a question. Go ahead, Saddam.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Sahil? Isha?
My question is regarding the discounts of locker.
Yeah.
So I tried for one of my customers. So what happens? There is a certain price which gets reflected whenever you're booking the locker. So
Okay.
is it automatically the discounted price which gets reflected for a priority customer, or it's a standard pricing and the discount is applied afterwards?
No, if the customer is a priority customer, what reflects on the screen for him is the discounted price.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Manisha?
Ma'am, if a customer needs to withdraw cash, what would be the amount that he can withdraw without any charges or anything?
He has 1 lakh as a cash withdrawal limit.
Ma'am,
on his
over and
card.
above that, he can't do that.
Sorry, that is the limit for the day, no? The customer has.
Oh, ma'am, if he has to deposit a cash.
Cash deposit charges?
Yeah.
You will have to look into the schedule of charges. I'm not very sure what are the transaction limits and pricing.
Okay.
Yes. Ira?
Ma'am, I would just like to ask regarding the locker thing. When
Yeah.
the slide was explained where the customer can apply it through the mobile app.
Correct.
I would just like to know one thing, that if a customer is in my branch but he stays in some other sector, and can he just check with the nearest branch to him for the locker availability, or what is it?
The customer can apply for a locker from any branch, not necessarily his home branch. So today, if the customer is a priority customer wanting to avail of a locker, he can avail the locker facility in any branch.
Okay, done. Thank you.
Sahil?
Hello.
Yeah.
Ma'am, my question is, like, customer is new to bank. So can we directly open partnership or private limited account under priority banking?
Yeah. So today, other than public limited accounts and task accounts, all other constitution accounts are available to be grouped under priority.
So we don't have to like first open it savings account, then do family banking thing.
Today, that's what Abhishek was suggesting. See, if you have the savings account right at the onset, you can group it under family. If the customer is reluctant to open a savings account, then you will have to first open the current account, because that is the advantage that you have. And once the savings account gets open, then you will group the current account to your and map it to yourself.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Shekhar?
Yes, ma'am. I need to know that, like you said, in the saving account, a person can have a transaction of 5 lakh, up to 5 lakh, right? In a month.
That is on your POS transaction of 5 lakh is allowed on your card.
Okay, ma'am. And मेरे को अगर ये जानने का customer ये जानना है जैसे if in a month transactions on withdrawal and deposit कितना customer कर सकता है in this segment?
तो पर डे का आपका लिमिट है 1 लाख आप विड्रॉ कर सकते हो पर डे यूजिंग द कार्ड.
सेविंग में मतलब कोई चार्जेस नहीं है
Savings
इसमें
में
मैम. No,
there
ma'am.
are no
I'm
charges.
talking.
There are no charges.
No, I'm talking about मैम in branch वो डिपॉजिट करने आता है and withdraw करने आता है, that kind of transaction.
7 lakh in a month.
7 lakh in a month.
जी.
Okay.
Yes, Rohan.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Firstly, thank you so much, ma'am, for taking us through this priority feature. But just a humble request, I don't know the process also. But how can we, being the employee, can also enjoy the priority banking account?
What is it that you wanted to enjoy, which you feel that you can't enjoy?
Basically, ma'am, if like there are many features like Epicure membership and all. So my account is a Liberty account. So how can I upgrade it or do?
So the upgrades happen cyclically, Rohan. So every time there is a cycle for upgrades in the account, the same will happen.
Okay,
and the accounts would get converted into the priority accounts.
So we also need to maintain that balance of 2 lakhs?
No, for staff, there's no such requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Balchandra?
About if a person is having a priority account and we are adding his family member, whether that family member's debit card we are issuing, whether it will be charged?
No, there would not be any charges because if the customer is getting included under the family banking scheme, his account is also a priority account at the end of the day. So there are no charges for debit card for priority customers.
And one more question, like if the add-on member is depositing in other branch or other location, whether put together that whatever deposit limit is 7 lakh or whatever we told, whether that put together or just for each account is a limit.
Sorry, come again.
Yeah, like for add-on member, no family member, if he's depositing in other location, whether that's 7 lakh or whatever cash deposit limit, is it put together for all the family account or each account that limit they will get?
No, it is per customer.
Okay.
Yes, Shivam.
Ma'am, is there any restrictions of branches like we have a chance to suppose priority account? I have a priority account and my family also having a same benefit for priority account. So is there any restrictions of home banking or home branch concept? And I am going to anywhere of any Axis Bank branches to get that benefit.
So priority customers would be treated the same across all branches. In terms of transactions also, they will have the opportunity, even whether it's a priority primary customer or the family members who are mapped to priority, all of them will enjoy the same benefits.
Okay, so no need to worry for home branch, right?
No, there's no such need to worry about your home branch.
In case of transaction as well, cash or withdrawal, everything.
So there are limits there for transactions. So within those limits, the customer need not worry.
Okay.
Yes, Aditya.
हेलो।
Yes, go ahead.
हाँ मैम, मैं एक चीज पूछना चाह रहा था, जैसे मैम कोई एनटीवी कस्टमर है, मैं उनके पास गया, उनका हमारे यहाँ से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है, ना सेविंग है ना करंट है, वो बिजनेसमैन है, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि मेरा करंट अकाउंट खोल दीजिएगा, सेविंग का मुझे कोई जरूरत नहीं पड़ता है। तो मैंने उनको प्रायोरिटी बैंकिंग के बारे में बताया, तो उन्होंने बोला कि मेरा करंट खोलिए, सेविंग बाद में खोलेंगे, तो मेरे करंट में ट्रांजेक्शन ज्यादा होते हैं। तो क्या मैम उनका करंट मैं प्रायोरिटी करंट अकाउंट खोल सकता हूँ? जैसे कल सर ने बताया था कि सेविंग होना चाहिए, उसके बाद ही करंट होगा प्रायोरिटी बैंकिंग के लिए। कल सर ने बताया था कि सेविंग मस्ट है, सेविंग से ही ग्रुप आईडी बनेगा और उसको में हम लोग करंट ऐड करेंगे। तो क्या करंट अकाउंट को ग्रुप आईडी बना सकते हैं मैम?
आप करंट अकाउंट को बना पाएंगे, बट अगर वो मैपिंग करनी है तो आपको वो सेविंग्स अकाउंट होना जरूरी है. So here, if the customer is not, insisting on opening a savings account, आप उनका current account खोलिए, लेकिन जब वो savings account खोलेंगे तो आप वो group कर पाएंगे and उनको आप मीन्स आपके मैप बुक में वो आ जाएगा.
अगर वो सेविंग नहीं खोलते हैं तो मैम ये जो करेंट अकाउंट मुझे काउंट नहीं होगा.
क्योंकि customer has to be mapped to you ना. अगर आप acquire कर रहे हैं तो the acquisition credit comes for accounts that are mapped to you.
Okay, मैम.
Yes. Friends, I would request you to lower your hands if your questions are done. Yes, Deepak?
Ma'am, I just wanted to know this basic deposit and withdrawal. Like customer wants to deposit in home branch, so there will be what is really the limit, ma'am?
There are no limits for the home bank transactions.
Okay. And for non-home branch, home location branch, ma'am?
For non-home bank transactions, there are limits.
Yes.
So he will not be able to do non-home bank transactions without limits. I think 25 lakhs is the limit that he needs to manage.
Per month, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in home branch, unlimited they can deposit, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, withdrawal is also same or including this also?
Withdrawal is also for the debit card, there's a withdrawal limit of 1 lakh and 5 lakhs for your most transactions.
Okay.
And for deposit and withdrawal, there is a limit. Immediately, customer can do a transaction for 7 transaction or 5 lakh rupees transaction in a month. Suppose if the customer is exceeding any of this, so the charges would be applicable.
Yes, anything over and above the limit, charges would be applicable for non-home based transactions.
I'm talking about the home run token. For 7 transaction or more than 5 lakh rupees transaction in a month, charges would be applicable. Apart from this, for non-home branch, 25,000 would be applicable for.
Let me take a check, Abhishek.
Yeah, that is correct.
Abhishek, okay.
There are limited value of transactions with the customer can do. It is not unlimited. It is 7 free cash transaction or 5 lakh, whichever is breached earlier in a month, basically. So it is not unlimited transactions.
Unlimited you can't, right? So for 7 transactions, or suppose the customer is exceeding a limit of 5 lakh rupees, and the charges would be applicable for non-home branch, 25,000 per day limit, which is there. If he is exceeding that particular limit, then the charges would be applicable.
That is correct.
All right, so I think that takes care of all the questions with respect to the priority account. We are running we are short on the time. So Abhishek, sorry, but yeah.
Okay, guys, good evening. See, the second session is supposed to be focused around 2 important topics. One is Triumph and Siddhi, basically. But we are already at 6:30 and it will take me a minimum duration of an hour to complete this session. Right. So if you guys are game, what I will do is quickly take a survey amongst everyone. Here, what we will do is the whole objective of the program today would be to try and make sure that we cover you guys from a Siddhi perspective. So once you finish this session with me, you will understand 3 important things. Number 1 is to see where do you stand in terms of your Siddhi. Number 2 is how do you make sure that you're doing the correct things in terms of from an operation standpoint. Number 3 is to elevate your scores from where you are currently to where you need to be, right? So it will help you in all 3, and plus it will help you understand where you are having gaps in your current performance with related to both Triumph and Siddhi, right? So if you're with me, quickly give me a raise of hands. I'll ensure that we finish this by 7:30. Quickly, I would want, if I don't get a majority, then I will have to reschedule this training on a future date. But if you guys are game, I would suggest we do this today.
Abhishek, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sir, Prashant this side. Good evening. PBRM from Surutnagar branch. Actually, sir, I'm running short of battery actually right now, and even I don't have my charger with myself.
Okay, is it possible for you to borrow from somebody at the branch?
Actually, it's a type C. Most of my colleagues have this USB cable with them.
Okay, you can do one. Alternatively, you can log in through your desktop or laptop, whichever is there in office. Since you're already there in office, one is that you need not log in through your mobile phone.
But how would I deal with the audio option? Because with the desktop, the audio will not be available. I'm on my wireless Bluetooth connection. Right now, I'm hearing to you.
No, so what do you have? You're a laptop user or a desktop user?
No, I'm a desktop user. I'm a desktop user.
Okay, so you haven't enabled the option in your this thing. If you're a desktop user, you can plug in with your headphones in your hard drive.
But that's what I said. I have a wireless Bluetooth headphones, not the aux cable one.
And you can try, see if you have possibilities, then I'll leave it to you.
I have a secondary headphones aux cable ones, but that is also type C.
Okay, so we'll address your problem a little later. I mean, right now I would still want to take a consensus for everybody. It's at 6:30. I still don't have people who have raised their hands.
So my data is being exhausted. I'm having 2.5 GB data, but still 90% has been exhausted.
Okay, guys, everyone to raise their hands. Only those who are. I still don't have raised hands. Come on, guys. Okay. Come on, everybody. I will require a raise of hands. If you're not able to, then I won't be able to take this further. I want everyone to confirm it back to me, please.
Hello. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, Garima, you are.
Yeah, so my data is also got exhausted to 90%, and more on that, I'm not well today and doesn't wanted to miss the Siddhi part. So can you please make it tomorrow?
Tomorrow it's already scheduled. We have two specific trainings that are scheduled tomorrow. One is on credit cards and the second one is on current accounts.
Okay.
So, I mean, we will have to see if we can get a stretch on this, please.
Abhishek sir, is it not possible to schedule it for tomorrow, like from the morning from 9:30 around?
No, it won't be possible around. No. It is definitely, see, in the business hours, we don't want to disturb you during business hours. So we are not trying to schedule any trainings between 9:30 to 3:30. However, on Friday, this coming Friday and Saturday, there will be some extended hours because of insurance training specifically, but the rest of them we would want to make sure that you complete after your business hours, after 3:30.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, say I'm not getting enough hands raised. So what I would suggest is you please, unraise your hands. And those who have a problem with the training, for me to conduct the training, please lift up your hands. So then I will count only those because the rest of the people don't seem to be responding. And I can't take that as a this thing confirmation. So I would request everybody to unraise your hands. Okay, everybody please unraise your hands. Okay, I've just muted everyone. I see somebody. Okay, great. I think now only those people who are not interested in me continuing the session today, now I would request you guys to lift up your hands. Sure. All those who do not want me to continue the session today, give me a raise of hands, please. There are 14 out of 113 people so far. Who do not want me to take the session today, please give me a raise of hands, please. Okay, there are only 17 people so far out of 112, about 110 people who are in the session. I'll wait for another 1 minute and after that I will begin in case there are no more. Okay, there are only 19 so far, 20 now. There were 24 people. Okay, in that case, I will have to still continue with the session because majority of the people would want the session to be there other than the 24.
Sir, I want to understand one thing. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sir, if you continue the session, then it will take how much time?
It will take an hour basically to finish up with this. We should
And
be
sir,
in a
it's
position.
regarding
Siddhi.
Siddhi. Okay. So I think it's a better, sir. You can take sir tomorrow, sir.
But there are only about 24 people who are wanting me to take tomorrow. Rest of the people want me to take
Sir,
it today.
there are so many things because I have to complete my Siddhi, my Siddhi task also today because I have not completed, sir, so far.
But yeah, that's something that you'll have to learn, no? Because you're not supposed to be doing this Siddhi task at the end of the day. You're supposed to be doing this while you are doing interactions with customers.
Sorry, sir, I was on call, so I could not today complete my the time, sir. That's why, sir, it's my still pending. And sir, this is a very crucial topic. So I think, sir, we also be attentive to listen this.
Yeah, but there are only 24 people who
Hello?
are raising their hands. Rest of the 100 people would want the session to be there. How do I cater to those 100 people who want the session to be there?
The timing was 6:30, na? So it's always 6:30.
Yeah, I'm not saying no. I'm saying that if the rest of the people are willing to raise their hands and say that they do not want the session, I'm willing to go ahead
I
with it.
just want to present.
Hello, good evening, good evening, sir. Hello?
If you send just by 30,
Hello?
yeah, sir. Timing was.
Hello, Abhishek, sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I said, sir, Abhishek, sir, the people who have raised their hands to conduct the session are around 28 to 30. And those who don't want the session are around 20 to 24, right? But still, there are people who have not raised their hand for both of the things. They're neutral or they're not even listening to the meeting. That is an important thing. 100 of the persons are not those persons who want to have the session. Out of 100, there are only 40, 50 people who are like right now listening to the session only.
Yeah, that's why.
Rest of them are.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sir. This is Nalini, sir. I raised my hand, but if there is an issue regarding taking today's session, so we can complete it by tomorrow also. Not a problem, sir.
Okay, so for the benefit of everyone, what we'll do is we'll try and do this session again for everyone, and we'll try and do this within the stipulated working hours itself. Okay. So what I will do is I will close today's session, and then we will start the Siddhi on a different date and time.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
सर आज का दिन में तो कोई प्लानिंग नहीं है कि 6:30 के बाद ये होगा, तो बेटर है कि सेम डेट में कल प्लानिंग कर लेने से हो गया.
So what we'll do is we'll send you a communication, and then we will try and schedule that day. Some of the day we may have an extension, one of the for an hour somewhere.
Yes, sir, this is good.
Because sir, as you know, sir, Siddhi is a very crucial topic, right? And so far we have we have any lack of knowledge about this the product and process. So I think,
Right,
sir, this is not the right time. So you can start by tomorrow around with Siddhi, so you can focus more and more.
So what we'll do is, Mukesh, we will not do that tomorrow because tomorrow there's already something else which is scheduled. But what
regarding
we'll try
and current account.
Yeah, correct. So what we'll do is we'll try and schedule it on another day where we have complete 1 hour dedicated to this session.
Right.
Abhishek, sir. Hello.
Yeah, Nitin, go ahead.
Yeah. So, what I was saying is, suppose you will start at 3:30, right? So, either topic will be taken tomorrow and another will be on next week. Will that be okay, sir?
Yeah.
No, we're still on Monday. Yeah? I mean, it's not like that week is over. It's starting of the week.
Yeah. It's
the way you're saying that is like as if the week is got over. And what I'm saying is we have enough time during the week. We'll do it on one of the days. Make sense? Okay, what we can do is we can close the session for today.
Yeah.
All right, Vidya.
Yes, Abhishek.
We can go ahead and close the session for today.
All right. Friends, we will reiterate and communicate when the Siddhi session is being held. So thank you for today's session. Yeah. Thank you.
Abhishek, sir. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, if one of you can unmute, I'm not able to understand who's unmuted and who's asking the question? Ravindra.
कितना टाइम लोगों दोनों चाबियां ही मेरे को सी हैं हेलो अभिषेक सर हेलो
Yeah, I've just muted everybody. Can you, I request you to please unmute and ask the question because I couldn't make out who's asking the question.
Yeah, hello, Abhishek sir, Hashim this side.
Hashim, boliye.
Yeah, if you can share the PPT of Siddhi, we can go through it at once. And when all the participants are free, we can, because this is Siddhi is something we are doing it daily, so it will be better if you go through it once.
Sure. What we'll do is that we'll send out the presentation deck also with you, and we'll take you through the session on one of the days where we will try and do this within this week sometime.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This thing crucial. I'm unable to do it in my branch. I'm taking help from other branch RMs.
Sure. Yeah, it's
Hello,
an
Abhishek.
important topic and it's an important session also. So that's the reason why I want everybody to be part of it. I don't want to hold a session where people are either not comfortable or neither are they willing to pay attention to it, because any misses in this will impact your productivity scores and you will be pulled up on a day-to-day basis in terms of performance. Right. So what we'll do is we'll rescheduling it for another different date, and then we'll make sure that each one of you are covered on that topic, irrespective.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, folks, you can log out for today.
Hello, Abhishek sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, sir. How we have to mark today's attendance?
Your attendance will be pulled out at this thing. Vidya, are you going to send out a link?
Yes, we will share the link in the system. And at the end of the day, from the teams itself, we are generating an MIS for attendance.
Yeah, so you need not worry much about that part of it.
Attendance.
It's already taken.
We will take care of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving your
Thank you so much.
such a valuable time and all.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.